Alright, everybody, welcome to Sunday, May 4th live Facebook and YouTube stream. Tonight is going to be all kinds of different stuff, mostly coins, knives, stuff related to coins and knives. Welcome, greetings, and salutations. So let's get my phone plugged up and turned on. And restream chat. I gotta do a lot of sharing. Alright, let me first go here. To Collectibles. Milk. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see, absolute horror. Epic moment last night. Copy link. Whoop. Let's share here, there, and CCK, and there. All right, now let's go over here to those groups and tag everybody. Bullion Blades members. CCK members. See everyone. Comics. My Comic Shop. I think that's the website. They used to be called Lone Star Comics. People use their website as a price guide. It's literally one of the biggest marketplaces for comics. I use eBay, and some people still use Overstreet. There's actually a pretty good price guide for comics. It's called Overstreet. Overstreet. I don't recommend any kind of price guide book for any collectibles, except coins. The coin book is always pretty good, but there is no like price guide for records or anything else. Stuff changes so rapidly, and comics can change rapidly because of film releases and announcements and stuff like that. All right, well, of course, I've only been here at the store about 15 minutes, and honestly, I have lots of stuff to sell y'all. The probably biggest challenge is going to be getting it all out and showing it to you, and getting it tagged, and just having it all ready. We do these sales, and usually I have it basically ready to go, but we just got to get it all out here because I've been here about 15 minutes. Jake set up the cart for me, and we have a ton of new stuff, and of course I don't think I've ever had a sale and I've been like, well, that's it, I don't have any more coins or knives to show you. And we have a huge new order from Case, and we've got some new coins, and we're going to discount some knives, and I think it's just time to sell some stuff. So I hope y'all are ready. I've got to share this in just a couple more places, being right here. Collectibles now live. I got to share that to a few places, like here. And I'm also going to share it. Let's go here, and then let's share it. I'm going to share it to here. And One more, please. There. All right. Need baby dachshund. We have a huge order of knives back here, Caleb. There's, let's see, let's count boxes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes of case knives that was delivered like on Wednesday. I'm going to try to bust some of them out and open them and kind of go through them and price them, but it's going to be a time-consuming process. But I'm going to try to do it live right here so people can see me do it, and it will be done over the course of time tonight. So there's that. Make sure everybody hits the like button. Make sure everybody hits the like button, the share button. Go ahead and do that for me. And I think we're going to be ready to go. Okay. And I'm going to take a drink of my purple juice. Scott, we have knives for you, baby. We got so many knives, they'll make your head spin. We got enough knives to supply the Big Red 1, the 1st Infantry Division. All right, let's see what we got here. So Tanner texted me before he left to go on a trip, and I was like, well, where is everything? And he's kind of sent me some instructions, so I'm going to try my best to find all this. And looks like I got a tub of coins, first things first. And y'all know how we do it. I'm going to start showing stuff. It'll either be an auction or a buy it now. If you want it, great. If you don't want it, I'll put it in the back and we'll move on to something else. So let's get some stuff out. No Tanner. Tanner's in New York City about to go to Rome and Greece and all this like European extravaganza. I was like, what? Well, it's either Rome or Greece. I really don't know. I think it's Greece. So, nope. And I'm relying on everybody else here at CollectCo to tag this, et cetera, et cetera. So, let's get up coinflation and see what some of these things are worth. We found a tub of coins we probably bought 6 months ago or maybe a year ago. So, we're probably pretty good on price because silver and gold has exponentially went up. So I'm probably going to sell this stuff to you at melt to get it moved. And here's what we have. I've got Franklin half dollars here. Yep. I've got Franklin half dollars at just $12 a piece. Just slightly over melt. There's a 1961, 1961. I have a 1954. I have a 1952. And I have a 1963. Franklin half dollars. $12 a piece. I've got 4 there. Now, if you're new to our coins, if there's a coin you want to buy, you can comment a year, you can comment the price, you can put Franklin, something to let me know you're purchasing it. Something to be like, hey, Chad, I'm buying this from you, and then we'll figure out who gets what year and who gets what, et cetera, okay? So there is the first opportunity of the night. That's just 40 cents over melt value right now. Those Franklin halves, just 40 cents over melt value. So if you don't know what that means it's a great price. Those are just $12 a piece. Franklin halves are available. Okay. Robert Tomic says he'll take one. And let me know. Let's get these in order here. So 52, 54, 61, and 63. Your pick, Robert. There they are. 52, 54, 61, 63. $12 a piece on those. And then let's check the dates on these. These are 1969 Kennedy halves, 69 Kennedy halves, which are 40% silver, and I'll do these for $5 a piece. So these are 1969 Kennedy silver halves, 40%. They are $5 a piece. They're all the same year, and they're $5 a piece. And those are just about 26 cents above melt value. So there's some more silver, very reasonably priced. And also, let's see, I think I've got those for a variety of dates. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll probably show these 40% halves these will probably be shown individually, and then I'll try to do a bundle lot. So I've got a bunch of 69s. I've got a bunch of 68s. And Robert Tomic with the first sale of the night. And you may hear me repeat several things tonight because I think G is going to be watching the sale. Usually Tanner does. And they try to get descriptions down. They try to get descriptions down when I'm saying what it is so they can write it down on the sticky note so they can put it into the invoice correctly. So if you hear me get pretty monotonous with describing what this stuff is, it's because somebody tomorrow will be re-watching this and writing down exactly what's going on. So Robert Tomic gets the 1952 Franklin half, and that's $12. 1952 Franklin half. That's sold to Robert Tomic for $12. That will be sale number 1 of the night. Patty Anderson Williams wants a 1969 Kennedy half. That will be the second sale of the night. 1969 Kennedy half. That is $5. I forget sometimes I have all this coin information stored up in my head, and not everybody that works here at Collectco is an expert in coins. So I have to remind myself of that when I'm constantly showing stuff here. And I have more silver. I have more 1967 Kennedy halves. And I think there was a couple questions. Any silver dollars, some good silver coins, 2006. I should have some silver eagles and some silver eagle proofs, yes. So there's more Kennedy halves, 67. And I've got 66. And I've got 66. So all these Kennedy halves here are different years. There they are again. Those are all $5 a piece. Just slightly over melt on those. Do I have any more? I have 65. Looks like I have most of the clad years. Looks like I have most of the clad years. That's good. Somebody's looking for a specific year there. Those are all $5 a piece. Pick now. If not, I'm probably going to bundle them all together for probably, well, I can do that now if somebody's interested. I will sell these pretty much slightly less, probably at melt. I will sell them for melt if anybody wants all those. Now, these are a little bit more because they're 64s. And these are 1964 Kennedy halves, the first year and the only year that they're 90% silver. And those are $12 a piece. Same price as the Franklin halves. Same price as the Franklin halves. So we've got 54, 61, and 63. These are 90% silver. Franklin halves, 64 Kennedys, $12 a piece on those. And then any of these here. So we should have 65, we should have 66, 67, 68, 69. There we have it. So we have the full run of the clad years at $5 a piece on those. $5 a piece on those. And then I do have some silver dollars here. Why do these look like they were in a fire or something? Let me take a closer look at them. Yeah, these have some very unique toning to them. I'm going to probably auction those. I got some very cool toned piece dollars here to sell in just a second. Man, yeah, these things look like they were in a fire or something. Or they got really hot. I've seen that happen before. I'll got some of those up for auction in just a second. All right, so first question is, what were the dates of the first batch? So the clads here are, these are 40% silver. We have every year that was made like that from 65 to 69. So 1965, 66, 67, 68, 69. Those are $5 a piece. Tracy Songer wants a 1964 Kennedy. That's sold to Tracy for $12. And Patty wants the 1963 Franklin. All right, so Tracy gets a 1964 Kennedy for $12, and Patty Anderson Williams gets a 1963 Franklin for $12. That's what those are right there. So Franklin Kennedy, and they hadn't changed the president on the half dollar since then, except for commemoratives. It was Franklin and then Kennedy. Franklin, then Kennedy. Before that, it was Walking Liberty, and before that, it was Barber, who was designer. It's still a Liberty head, but they call it Barber, who was the designer of that one. What's in this little baggie I have here? Looks like I have more Kennedys that aren't silver, it doesn't look like. I'll do something with those in just a second. I'll put those right there. There's some more. And I'm going through this little tub of stuff I have here. Looks like somebody worked at TRW. Looked like they gave away Eisenhower dollars at TRW at some point. So let's see what I have here. Let's see here. These are bicentennial Okay. Bicentennial. Bicentennial. Looks like TRW was giving away some bicentennial. So these are $3 a piece. These are Eisenhower dollars, commonly known as Ox, and these are the bicentennial years. Those are $3 a piece. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 of those available, including the 2 and the TRW packets. Jeremy Dalton says he'll take the other 2 Franklins. So the other 2 silver, the other 2 Franklin half dollars are sold to Jeremy for $12 and $12. And I'm going to give Robert Tomick a 1964 Kennedy half as well. And those are all $12 and $12. So those are sold and sold. Thank you and thank you. Tracy Songer says she'll take all 8 of the Ox at $3 a piece. That's all bicentennial year, 1976, including the 2 and the TRW. So those are Eisenhower or Ock bicentennials, silver dollars, or let's just put them as dollars. And those are $3 a piece. And Tracy was first getting them all, then Alan Major, then Robert Tomick. Now, first thing I have here, this looks really interesting, and it could be the best. This is very, oh, this is why they're toned. Okay, I see why now how these things got toned. So I have some loose piece dollars here that have some really bizarre toning, like they're almost black looking, and it looks like they're in the fire. But here's what they were stored in. It looks like they were stored in some sort of vintage cardboard, and the coin has had some kind of, look at that. That's pretty amazing. We'll run those for an auction here in just a second. So it looks like I've got some killer looking toned silver dollars. Those should do really well. Those could do very well. I'm going to say that's coming up in an auction very soon. What are bicentennial? Bicentennial is just that 1 year, 1976, which is the 200th celebration of the United States. That is bicentennial. It's just that 1 year. All right, so if you just joined us, we've already shown quite a bit, but here's what's currently left on the table. Right now, I have Kennedy halves, the 40% silver ones, from 1965 through 1969. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. Those are $5 a piece. Last chance to buy those individually before I try to sell those all to somebody at melt. Right now, they're just about 25 cents over melt. So that's the stacks I have, and those are the different years. And then this is a 1964, which is more silver content, which means more money. 1964, that's all the same year there. Those are $12 a piece. They're all very similar condition. Those are $12 a piece. Those are $12 a piece. Now, for those that's interested in Ox, here is from the same collection. Here is all the other years. And these are same price, $3 a piece. And man, these look pretty nice. These look pretty nice. And well, let's see what years they are. How about this? We'll sell them $3 a piece. You let me know what year you want, okay? I'll start getting them sorted. These are $3 a piece. We have 1978. 1978. These are $3 a piece. Ock dollars. Ock dollars. We also have, there's 78, there's 71, there's 78, there's 72. I've got 1971. I've got 1971, 78, 78, 78, 78. Lots of 78s, which, I don't know the mintage. It seems like I don't see those as often. I don't know if I'm just crazy, but 78, 78. Seems like I see those first 2 years more than normal. 78, 78. There's a 71. Lots of 78, 78, 78. And if you want a year, just let me know after you claim. There's a 72, 78. Looks like the 72s are going to be in the shortage here for sure. And let's see what else we have here. Quick sort, that way I know what I have for the rest of the night. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 78, 78. Those are all 78s there. Most of them pretty nice too. Robert's got first dibs, and then he'll let me know which year he wants. And then here we got 71. We have 78 and 78 and 71. and 78 and 71 and 71, 78, 78 and 71. There's some more 78s and just a few more here. All right, then I have some of our new collectible silver to run tonight as well. So 71, does everybody hit the like button for me down at the bottom? I'd greatly appreciate that. And do you still have the Thomas, Malone, Mullins, Aaron Bird, Olajuwon, Wilkins, A6 Fleer, and Bird sticker? I can go up front and try to find out. I really don't know. I hadn't looked at cards probably in 4 weeks since the last time I had a sale here. So, but I can go check for you before the end of the night. There's 71, 71, 78, 78. There's that, and there's those. All right, so that's my stock on other Ike dollars right there at $3 each. Those are all 78s. These are 1971s, and Robert Tomick said he will take a 1971, and that's sold to him for $3. That's sold to him for $3. So thank you, Robert Tomick. Does anybody else want an Ike dollar? And usually I have a couple people, I don't know if they're watching right now, they usually just say, I'll take all of them. I'll take them all. But right now, that's what I have left. There's the stack of 78s. I'm going to have 3 large stacks of 78s there. Let's get those stacked up like that. There's the 71s. And then right over here, I'll put the 72s. Okay? There we have it. Alan says he'll take 5 of the 71s. Let's go ahead and get those for him. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Alan Major. And those are sold to him for $3 each. Those are 1971 Ike dollars. And those are $3 each, so 15 for that little stack there. And that really shortened the 71 stack. And if anybody else needs them, let me know. That's all that's left now in the 71s. Okay, so we're looking for Thomas, Malone's, Mullins, Ewing, Bird, Olajuwon, Wilkins. So basically, you want me to go get all the 86 Fleer stuff. That's basically what Phillips Sweet is asking for, all the 86 Fleer stuff. Okay, let's go get a new tub. I don't know what's in these rolls. Ike, or it says 7. Okay, I think those are probably just regular Kennedy halves there. And we'll get into those in just a second. And I have 3 random coins here we'll probably put into a lot. And then there's some more Kennedys I hadn't shown yet. Okay? Regina wants 3 1978s. So let's put those off the top. Those are sold to Regina, 1978 Ike dollars. 1, 2, 3. So 3, 3, 3. $9 to Regina. Thank you. All right, so all that's sold. Great. Now, let's go get a new tub. I have some new collectible top silver. Hope everybody's ready, rolling, and watching with me. We'll go ahead and knock out some of the new cool collectible silver. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to try to show some knives, especially some that I know that need to be discounted, which I'm going to go get right now. Let me go get those right now. In with the new. And we have our first on sale case knife. So we just got delivered probably the biggest delivery of case knives we've ordered, because we didn't order anything. The last time we put in an order with case was back well before the fall of last year for Christmas time. And then we sold a ton. We did a big Christmas sale, end of the year sale. And we just ordered about a month ago the first spring shipment. I was talking about, I said, probably the next time I'm live, I'll be here selling knives, which I'm going to be doing right now. Let me mute my mic. So the knives are the last of our inventory on sale, and then all the new stuff, which are new patterns, new colors, tend to get grabbed very fast. And then the stuff that's on sale. Here's one of the nicest knives that came out last year. The technical name is Image XX Ivory Mediterranean Blue Bone Smooth Trapper. And I'll do these at 25% off, which would make it an easy price of $75. And these are Mediterranean blue, kind of a scroll. Very nice. It's on both sides as well. And those were $99.99. That's a full-size trapper, and that is a 2024 knife. And I have 4 of those available, $75. Mediterranean blue scroll, and I have those available for $75. I have 4 of them. Now, there was another claim. Alan says I'll take the rest of the 71 ox. So Alan Major got the other ox, which was 71, 71, 71, 71, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alan, that's 5 times 3, $15, and those are sold to you. 1971 ox, 5 times 3 to Alan Major, $15 total. All right, so there's the first on sale knife. I'll be going back and forth and get some more. Here's our first piece of silver. This is Don't Tread on Me, Independent Living, with the part of the Gadsden flag there. 1 ounce silver, Boston Tea Party on the back. Those are $39.99. 1 ounce silver, and it's already in an airtight, and that is $39.99. An airtight that needs to be closed. And those are $39.99. I only have one of those. Only have one of those. Don't Tread on Me. Those are $39.99. $39.99. I have a graded coin here. This is a 2016 Canadian Maple Leaf with the Bigfoot Privy Mark. First day of issue, proof 69, $124.99. So that's first day of issue. It's a reverse proof. It has a Bigfoot Privy Mark. Look at that. A Bigfoot Privy Mark, $124.99. That has been NGC graded. We got Tommy Jones says he'll take one of the knives, any vintage knives. I got some that are pre-owned. I don't think they're the highest quality, Danny, but I do have some like pre-owned, not brand new case knives. And our first knife of the night is sold to Tommy Jones. Thank you, Tommy Jones. Glad to see you on. That's on the Ivory Mediterranean Blue Smooth Trapper. My tongue is getting twisted already early tonight. I need more energy. Metallica wore me out last night. I did a lot of headbanging and air guitaring. That's sold to Tommy Jones for $75. Thank you, Tommy Jones. That's sold to you for $75. Thank you, Tommy Jones. All right, and I have 3 of those left on sale. Beautiful case knife. And Tommy and anybody else, I still have more of this pattern left. And we have Robert Tomic picking up the Don't Tread on Me 1 ounce coin. So that's Don't Tread on Me silver. That's $39.99. And then G, you can, if whoever's tagging this, you can, some of these coins have descriptions on them. And hopefully I'm repeating stuff like I should be. If not, then a lot of these coins have actual items written on them. Here's a really cool toned Johnson Matthey 1 ounce silver bar, $44.99. $44.99. I only had that one Don't Tread on Me coin, Brandon. I'll look and see if I have more. I think, unfortunately, though, I just had that one. We ran across some silver that I hadn't shown and some new stuff we just picked up from a trade-in. So that's where some of this is coming from. So there's the Bigfoot. There's the 1 ounce silver bar. And then we got a Mrs. Pac-Man. That's also a 1 ounce silver coin, $39.99. Mrs. Pac-Man, $39.99. Limp Bizkit's pretty awesome. You know, I've sold a ton of his records. I was always kind of skeptical of his music, and then I walked out halfway through his set, and he was absolutely rocking the place. I was like, wow. Here's Sir Isaac Newton. That's a 1 ounce silver coin, $39.99. Sir Isaac Newton there, $39.99. That's a 1 ounce, and those are called icons. There's a whole series of these of different, polytechs, polymaths, geniuses of our time. Those are $39.99. So Mrs. Pac-Man, Isaac Newton, and we have a really cool one here, Steve McQueen. Almost like an art round there. Steve McQueen, the king of cool. That is $39.99. So there's a few of those, okay? Now, the next thing is, let's see what else I have over here. Let me go up front and get another one of those knives. I'm also going to go break into some more of our proof sets and mint sets tonight. I ran across another big stash, but let me go get our next couple knives right quick. Alrighty, so here's those. And then here's our next on sale case knife. This is $119.99. That was the original sticker price. Take a look at that one. That is from the same set as that one. And this is called an Image XX Ivy Mediterranean Blue Bone Smooth Folding Hunter. So smooth folding hunter with that same pattern, which was retailed at $119.99. And let's do the 25% off price on that to tell you what I can sell those for. So $119.99 at 25% off. These are just going to be $89.99. $89.99 on these. And I have 4 of those. That's the Mediterranean. And those are brand new from Case Knives. Very, very nice. Blue scroll. Very cool collectible design on that one. What else do I have here? I have Australia, the Year of the Rooster. I know a lot of y'all love these animal design coins. 2017 PCGS graded Australia Year of the Rooster. And that is $44.99. $44.99. And a 2018 China Panda MS70. MS70 Panda, 35th anniversary of the Chinese Silver Panda Bullion coin. That is $64.99. $64.99 on that. And then here is the Australia Year of the Monkey, PCGS MS69. That's also PCGS graded. Year of the Monkey, that one is $44.99. So there's those 3 there. There's 3 graded coins, Year of the Monkey, Year of the Rooster, the Chinese Panda. All those available. And I have a few more miscellaneous bullion coins here that are $44.99 each. Before I put up one of our first auctions of the night, which is some pretty cool stuff I have back here, these silver dollars. But first, here is the Pirates of the Caribbean coin. This is a 2021, the Empress Pirates of the Caribbean. That is $49.99. I have that one. And then I have the Tree of, what is that called? The Tree of Eternity, the Tree of Life. I believe that's the Tree of Life. 1 ounce silver coin, that is $44.99. The Tree of Life, I've got a couple of those. And then a Marvel coin here. I have Wolverine, which is $44.99. Wolverine. I have Venom, which is $44.99. And then the Phantom, which is $39.99. So 3 officially licensed Marvel coins there. Wolverine, Venom, and the Phantom, which are $44, $44, and $39 on those. Those are all available. There's that knife. And then here is some of the first mint sets I want to show tonight. These are 12, I think, yeah, we can do them for $12 a piece. Let me get my phone over here and make sure I can see everybody's comments. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Unplug my phone. Always want to make sure there's not some kind of crazy glitch that just happened. Robert Tomic got Venom, and then Danny Thomason got Wolverine. So Venom is sold to Robert Tomic. Danny Thomason got the Wolverine. Those are always very cool. Those are sold and sold. Very collectible, the Marvel silver coins. And then here's some of the first mint sets of the night. Some of the first mint sets. Each one of these envelopes are $12 each. Each one of these envelopes are $12 each. And these are mint sets. So let me show you what they're going to look like. For example, here's 2000 Philadelphia, and they are $12 each. This is 2000 Philadelphia, so you're going to get the state quarters from that year and the other U.S. minted coins, which is going to be the half, the dime, the penny, the nickel, and the Sacagawea dollar. And those are all $12 each. And I can run through some years here. First thing I have is 2000 Philadelphia, 2002 Philadelphia, 2002 Philadelphia, 2002 Denver, 1993 1983, that has both P and D. 2001 Denver, we have 1999 Philadelphia, 1999 Denver, 1999 Denver, and then over here we have 94, we have 1992, 1988, 1990, 1989, 2002, 98, and 1997. 1997, that's what I have right there. So 94, 92, 88, 90, 89, 2002, 98, 97. And then over here is 2000, 2002, 93, 2001, 99. And that's the first batch I have. How many more do I have? A bunch. A whole lot. And just let me know. If you're looking for a year, I'll try to dig some more out. And first thing we have is a Tree of Life. No, actually, the first thing we have is Nick Bargeron wants to pick up the 1988 mint set. That sold to him for $12. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. Welcome, and thanks for everybody for spending your Saturday night. Hello and Merry Christmas, Jeff Lancaster. Glad to see you on. Tree of Life is sold to David V63 for $44.99. I have one more Tree of Life if anybody wants that for $44.99. Jeremy Dalton wants a 1993. There's 94. There's 92. There's 90. There's 89. 2002, 97. Jeremy Dalton on 1993 with both P and D marks. Let's sell that to Jeremy Dalton for $12. Thanks. Has everybody done a quick share and like? That always helps me out. That gets everybody at least knowing. More people will get this popped up in their feed, at least knowing I'm live. This was completely unadvertised, completely random. I mean, I knew I was going to do it, but I haven't had time. Sunday night, yeah, I don't even know what day it is. I haven't had time to advertise or get anything out. And I always make a last-minute decision. I'm like, all right, am I actually ready to do this? Have I forgot about something? Because my Sundays are kind of open. And so I'm like, all right, before I go make a post and let hundreds, if not thousands of people know that I'm about to go live, am I really going to be able to go live? And usually I get here, I'm like, okay, I have the stuff, I'm ready to go live. Here is a Lord of the Rings coin. This is very cool. The One Ring. That's actually an official Nayu. $49.99. That is $49.99. And then I have the St. Helene cash with the Cobra. 1 ounce silver. That's $49.99. And this is really cool here. This is a Samoa in this kind of DNA Scottsdale mint. It has a dragon on it. And it's basically certified and verified. So it's basically in like a TEP holder with a CertiLock lock. And I think you can scan that URP code and like register it and check it just like a graded coin. $49.99. It is Sunday. Yes, it's not Saturday. Metallica Part 2 was A++. I mean, I don't know of another live band right now that's touring, a band that can top what they do when they play live. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, the dynamics, the sound, the set list. You go to a Metallica show and you're like, dang, they got so many songs they could play. That's why they're having to play 2 nights. Jonathan Feller wants a 1994 set. Let's get Jonathan Feller a 1994 set. And he also wants a Tree of Life. And let's go ahead and start pulling these for some people. Did I say 1994? Let me do another quick flip here. 99, 99, 99, 94. Yeah, right here in front of me. And he also wants the Tree of Life coin. So the 1994 mint set's $12. The Tree of Life is stickered at $44.99. So thank you, Jonathan Feller. He'll get those next 2 items. Thank you and thank you. And then over here, we got Caleb picking up the Lord of the Ring concert, or Lord of the Ring concert. That'd be pretty cool. They do that sometimes down at the Skimmerhorn. They play the music of the Lord of the Rings with a symphony. And that is sold to Caleb Barrett. That's the Lord of the Rings coin at $49.99. Very cool. Let's keep stuff rolling. Next thing I have here, and this is discounted because these used to be like $99.99 or $119.99. This is Action Comics. It's a 1 ounce silver coin that looks like the $1 million comic book, or actually $2 million, whatever they sell for now. It depends on the grade. People sell loose pages, like you can rip out a page of it and grade it and sell it for like $48,000. It's pretty insane. But if you want to settle for a 1 ounce silver bar, it is $74.99. $74.99. And yes, that's a real thing. People sell loose pages out of comic books from those very rare and expensive issues for thousands, tens of thousands of dollars sometimes. And then here is another really cool item. This is, let me get the mintage on this for you, or the weight. This is a 2-ounce dragon head coin. 2 ounce. At first, I thought it was an arrowhead, and I sold them that first night. I was telling everybody they were arrowheads, and Tanner was like, no, that's a dragon's head. I was like, not an arrow. This is a dragon's head. That's a 2 ounce. Very cool. $94.99. $94.99. Giving you lots of options here. Let's go ahead and run. Speaking of options, here's your first auction. For an option, and I'm going to go ahead and put up this. Let's do a lot of these toned silver dollars, okay? So let's sell these as a choice lot. So before there's any confusion, a choice lot is when you bid, but you get to pick which one you want. So for example, this is going to be a $30 start, a $30 start, and if you win for $42, if you want one, it's $42. If you want two, it's $42, $42 again, or you can take all 5. And these are really cool toned, and I found out why they were toned. I got some more back here I'll sell later. It looks like they've been stored in these vintage cellophane family picnics. I don't know exactly if that's a company or something, but it looks like they were stored in these old envelopes, and they got a really cool tone to them. And so those are a $30 start. These are piece dollars. Let me show you this one right here. Here's a 1924. 1924. If there's a mint mark, I'll let you know. That one's no mint mark, so Philadelphia. No mint mark, so Philadelphia. No mint mark, so Philadelphia. And this 22 here is obviously not toned, but also very clean. So 33. And it's not like these are worn or anything. They have great detail. They just have a really unique sheen to them. And that's a choice lot, $30 start on those. There's 4, there's 5. That's going to be an auction. You bid, and then when everybody's done, you can let me know. Danny put DH and then pass on DH, and then he put SM. And SM was for Superman, Danny. So this is sold to you for $74.99. I almost kept these because y'all know I love comic books. It's just like a dream to own this one year. Or one day, 1 year being in the, but I don't know, I'll have to, I've always dreamed about like going up to an attic and like finding a box of comics with that in it, and then, you know, telling somebody, hey, you've got an incredible batch of comics here. They're worth a ton of money. Let me pay you a fair price. That way I can finally own one of those Action Comics. If you have to bid on one at an auction, it's worth, you know, you're going to be spending $800,000 for one that's ripped in half or something. So maybe one day. Maybe one day. What years are these? 1922, 1922, 1924, 1924, and 1922. So 3 22s and 2 1924s. 3 22s and 1924. I don't think there's been a new Action Comics discovered in the wild, though, in, I think, years. I think they've all been found. I mean, there's got to be one somewhere in an attic or a box in a barn or something, but the chances are finding the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. I'd rather have a Detective 27. I'd rather have a Detective 27. All right, let's bring out some other stuff. I'm going to be walking right over here and grabbing more and more and more and more. Let's see here. Let's bring out some more knives and another basket of new collectible stuff. I'm going to keep bringing it out. I know we got new eagles and new everything here. All right, the silver dollars are at 31, now 32. I'm going to start sorting some knives here. I think some of them have medium Stockman. That's a mini trapper. I'm trying to bring out the last of the on sale knives before I do anything else. Candy corn medium Stockman. Okay, so there's Stockman. There's the box. The knife is somewhere still in the tub then. There's the mini trapper box. There's the tiny trapper box. All right, I'll go ahead and show these to y'all then. So give me 1 second on these. They're not marked, but I can kind of tell you what I can sell them for. And I know it'll be well below what they originally cost. Do any of these have prices? Nope. All right, so Jeremy Dalton has the piece dollar lot, choice lot at $36. And Nick Bargeron, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. There's another tiny trapper. There's another medium stockman. There's another tiny trapper. All right, let's do the tiny trappers first. I will do these tiny trappers. Look how tiny. That's why they call it a tiny trapper. $45. $45 is the price, and that is a new pattern from last year called Candy Corn. Candy Corn Kuranite, smooth, tiny trapper. I have one there, and I have at least one extra. Tiny Trapper Candy Corn, we'll call those $45. We'll make those $45. $45 on those. And I have, there's tiny and there's mini. This is a tiny. A tiny is right here, which is about the length of my index finger. That's a tiny trapper, $45. $45 on those. Brand new in box. That's my display model there, which is still brand new. And then here's one for Larry Breeding. Make sure that goes in for $45 to Larry Breeding. Thank you, Larry. Tiny Trapper, Capricorn, Candy Corn, and I have two more. Tommy Jones wants one for $45. There's another one for $45. I'm pretty sure these things new were like $67.99, $67.99, and now I have at least one more. Okay? Now, the most recent question is Nick Bargeron done on these coins? Jeremy Dalton has the choice lot at $36. The next question was, will you do a deal on the 2 Australian coins if possible? And Mike Oppenshaw said years on Rooster and Panda. So the 2 Australian coins are right here, which is Monkey and Rooster. I will do these for 42 and 42. They're marked 45 and 45. That would probably be my best price on them. And then while Mike is asking, here is the Australian Rooster 2017 MS70. And then here is the Year of the Monkey MS69. And then the Panda is 2018 because it is the 35th anniversary. It's MS70. It's $65. I've got one tiny trapper left for $45. Let me see what else I have here in this box. Trying to get out all the different candy corn stuff. It's going to be on sale tonight. It's been stored back here in a box and not even out front. I'm like, why not? What's going on? I know I have at least one trapper, but let me get the rest of them so in case there's multiple people wanting, you know, the same knife, I can do boom, boom, boom. And I also don't forget the boom, boom price because I'm not writing any of this stuff down. They're writing it down later. All right. And so it looks like, Nick Bargeron, you're going to get the piece dollars for 37. You're going to get the piece dollars for 37, but I am going to move it to a final call. So choice lot on those. The blades on the tiny trapper, sure things. There's the blades on the tiny trapper. We sold one, and we have one left. I said 45 on those. Okay, so I know I have several of these, so let's go ahead and knock this out. So the trapper cost $72. That was the sticker on those. I don't think any of these have stickers on them, no. Let's do, if the trapper was $72, probably the stock, usually the stockman's pretty close because it has that extra blade. So what would be 54? Yeah, so let's do these for $52. $52. I have a feeling that these were pretty close to the same price as what the trapper was, which was $72. So 25% off would be $54. So let's do these for $52. And that's for the Candy Corn 3-blade trapper. Let's take a look at that. That's the candy corn 3-blade trapper. Brand new in the box. I have at least 5 here, and I may possibly have more. May possibly have more. So those are $52. $52 on those. All right, so Nick, you do get the piece dollars. Let me know if you want 1922, 1922, 1924, 1924, or the other 1924. So they're in order, and then the one there on top, okay? Carla Parks wants a candy corn trapper and a Stockman. All right, so what I'll do is, okay, well, I'll sell those for $52 as well. I'll do that too. I really wasn't ready to sell the trapper yet, but I will. Let me go see if I can find some more. I have more stacked up here next to me. But yeah, so Stockman and trapper, we'll make them the same price. I may have not been clear on there, but that's okay with me. That's okay with me. There's going to be the same price anyway, approximately the same price anyway. That might help some more get sold. So let me see how many more I have. And maybe I'll have more trappers. We'll see right now when I go over here. I don't know if I do have any more. I don't know if I'm going to have any more or not. I have more tiny trappers. There's 2 more tiny trappers back there. There's another Stockman. And then I hadn't shown, there's another tiny trapper, and there's that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is, Carla was first. She gets a Stockman and the trapper. So candy corn trapper, candy corn Stockman, and those are going to be $52 and $52. $52 and $52, $52 each. That's the Carla. Tommy, as of right now, I'm fresh out of full-size trappers. As of this exact moment, I'm fresh out of full-size trappers. You'll be next in line. I am digging these out of a box. So you're next in line, and then so is Larry Breeding. As of right now, I don't have any. And then Nick wants this second coin. So Nick gets the $1 silver here at $37. Does anybody want any of these? It's now first come, first serve, $37. Does anybody else want any more of these at $37? It's now first come, first serve. You can take what's left. Next in line is Jeff Dedman and Jeff Duncan. Jeff Dunkman is going to get a Stockman. Jeff Duncan is going to get a Stockman for $52. That's sold to Jeff Duncan for $52. And then Tommy Jones is going to get a Stockman for $52. Okay, and then Carla, give me 1 second. I'll show those 2 blue knives in the back, and I have another one to go grab as well. We've already shown quite a bit. And we have Robert getting the 4th, which is this one, 1924. That's really nice. That's $37. Scott Oman wants this one for $37. So those are sold and sold. Let me put those over here and over here. And we have now filled up a whole row of sold merchandise tonight. That's very incredible. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Sunday night. And Jeremy Dalton wants 1 each of piece dollars. So how about we give Jeremy the 22 and a 24, and now those are all gone, $37 each. So Jeremy's going to get 2, 37 and 37. Okay? That made all that easy. Now, the next candy corn I'm going to show is this one that we have a bunch of. A very popular design. A size that they don't make as often, and I have all these, the same thing. Maybe we can sell all of them. I'll make this one $52 as well, and it's a baby butter bean, which to me looks like a mini canoe, but they call it a butter bean. It's a 2-blade knife. It's kind of shaped like a canoe, but it's called a baby butter bean, and those I'll also do for $52. $52. So I still got tiny trappers, or I've got, tiny trappers for $45. I've got the Stockmans there for $52, and the butter beans for $52. And I have one more size that I'm hoping I can find more of before I show it. So if anybody wants those, that's now the next knife. Okay, and then Carla, and for anybody else watching, we put this one on sale tonight. This is $75. That is the on sale price. That is the Mediterranean Image XX Ivy Mediterranean Blue Bone Smooth Scroll, kind of this ivy design, not ivory, ivy design. Those were $99.99, and now they're $75. I've got a full-size trapper. That is $75. Carla says she'll take one. And then this was the larger knife, which was $119.99. That is 75% off, is $89.99. So those are $89.99, and that's a folding hunter. Heck of a knife there. First, though, was Tommy Jones getting a butter bean for $52. So baby butter bean sold to Tommy Jones for $52. Carla gets one of the Mediterranean ivory scroll trappers for $75. So those are sold and sold. And there's another one of those, and Carla says she'll take that as well. $89.99 on that one, and that's for the folding hunter. Folding hunter. So that is now sold to Carla. All right, fantastic. And I do have extras if anybody else wants those. Let's do another coin auction lot. This one could get interesting because these are in the original holders that probably caused the toning, and there's some Morgans in here. Now, pay no attention to these dates. I'm assuming this is some kind of company, maybe called Cellophane, and they had probably a family picnic, and they gave away coins to their employees. I've seen that very common before. So the first one here is an 1890 Morgan. Now, I have not popped it out, but just look how nice. Very nice. So that's an 1890 Morgan. 1890 Morgan. What's next? Another 1922 peace dollar. Amazing toning on that one. Another 1922 peace dollar. Another 1922 peace dollar. That one's very oddly designed or toned. And another 1924. So I think the winner in this lot is probably going to be the Morgan. We'll find out. But choice lot, once again, a $30 start. $30 start on those silver dollars. Same deal, $30 start. All right, now I've got some new bullion over here. I should. Let's see what else I have over here. I have what? Let's see what we have here. These are, let me see what all I have. Oh, nice. The Godfather. No, what is this? Oh, these are the, what is this? Hold on. I'm doing some sorting. And I have some Eagles. Here we go. Somebody was just asking about the Eagles. Silver Eagles are $43. Silver Eagles are $43. Silver Eagles are $43. And these are 2021. I just literally emptied them out of a roll here. Brand new mint roll. Silver Eagles 2021s, $43. $43 on those. Very nice. We'll put those in an airtight for you. $43 on those. And you can have as many as you want. That's my stack. There's 20 ounces of silver there. 20 Silver Eagles, $43 on those. $43 if anybody wants one. 2021s. Tommy has these at just $32 right now. $32 with Tommy. That's a choice lot on these silver dollars. There's one Morgan and there's 4 piece. That's a choice lot. Tommy has those at $32. Going once, going twice. Now, I've shown the Stockman, I've shown the Tiny Trapper, I've shown the Butter Bean, and let me jump over here and see what else is in this tub, okay? I'm about to have to do some rearranging. So, quick recap. On sale, candy corns. We have Butter Beans at $52. I'm about to move those a little bit further to the back now. On sale Butter Beans for $52. And I don't remember the original retail price, but I know it was more than that. So, $52 on those. Danny wants one Silver Eagle at $41 and $43, excuse me, $43. That's a 2021. That's sold to Danny at $43. That's a 2021 Silver Eagle. And Larry wants to, he says he'll take a baby butter bean for $52 and wants to put back a Tiny Trapper. Wouldn't it be better if you just bought both? But I will do that. Let's sell him a baby butter bean. And now, G, hope this doesn't mess you up. I'm going to go back and pull back a Tiny Trapper off the table. Hope that didn't mess G up too much. Tanner's usually going to be watching this. G's going to do it tonight or today, tomorrow, whenever. So that's going back in the pile, okay? And now the silver dollars are at 34, 36, 36. Larry, I would just expect you to say, I'll take everything. Give me everything on the table. Just ring me up, send me a bill tomorrow. Now the silver dollar lot's at 36. Brandon, and while I saw your question, I don't think I have a lot of currency for it tonight. So you might have to be buying some coins and knives. He says, give me the baby bean and take off the trapper. Oh, take off the trapper. Take off the trapper. Okay, so my bad. Take off the trapper. Oh boy, let me figure out where that was now. Stockman and trapper. Medium stockman. Trapper. Oh, you didn't get a trapper. Hold on a second. What did he say there? I want the tiny. Larry, you never did get a trapper. You never did get a trapper. There was only one, and you didn't get that one. There was no, I only had one full-size trapper, and you never did get one. Okay, so they're bidding on these. They're Silver Eagles, and these are $50 on the button. $50 on the button. Some of this stuff I could do my normal $49.99, but 50's better. And these are new 1-ounce silver art rounds with the Gulf of America. Gulf of America. Donald Trump on one side, the Gulf of America on the other side. I have 5 of those available. Those are $50 on the button. We're going to put Donald Trump Gulf of America coins right there. It looks like I have 5 of them. Looks like I have 5 of them there. Okay? And right now, the high bid on the silver dollars is $40. And I have 5 available. After you claim you want a Trump coin, let me know your quantity, and then we'll work down. I only have 5 of them as of right now. I only have 5 as of right now. Let me see what's in this tube. Let's see. Might have some more bullion here. I do. All right. So Brian and Mike, I'm going to give y'all 1 and 1 unless you say otherwise. Here's probably one of the most popular bullion pieces that I've sold. Probably since I've been doing this, I've sold thousands of them. And those are just standard 1-ounce buffalo rounds. I have a whole tube right now. They are $42 each. 1-ounce buffalo rounds, brand new proof like. You get the buffalo, you get the Indian, and those are $42. So Gulf of Americas at $50 each. We got Brian G. Owens, we got Mike Openshaw, Michael Cooper, Danny Thomason, and I've got 1 left. So I've sold those at 50, 50, 50, 50, and I've got 1 left if anybody else wants one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all gone, and there's 1 available. Those are all available. And then the 1-ounce buffalo coins are $42. 1-ounce buffalo coins, $42. Danny says he'll take ×1. And Silver Eagles, that makes the Silver Eagle price look even better. 43 for Silver Eagles. Buffaloes are 42. Those are sold to Danny Thomason. Are we done on the silver dollars? For some reason, I didn't see many people go out. Harry Lindquist had it for 40. Tommy Jones, I guess everybody's out. Harry, these are sold to you. Harry, they're sold to you for $40. Thank you. Let's get Danny 3 buffaloes at $42 each. Thank you, Danny. 3 buffalo, 1-ounce silver rounds sold to Danny at $43 each. And then Charlie DeFrank is going to get a buffalo, and he's going to get that last Trump coin. Trumps are now sold out. No more Gulf of Americas. No more Gulf of Americas. They're all gone. I only had 5 of those. Some of that stuff, we get solicitations from these mints and mint distributors, and like, hey, you better get your order in now for these because these are like lighting up and they're not going to make but so many, and they're all gone unless they make more. So, and those typically sell out really fast, and I have no more Gulf of Americas. Now, I can try my best to do, like we do records, do waiting list. If y'all want to go on a waiting list, I'll try to reach back out. Pinning the price of silver, I think y'all know right now, everything tends to be going up, especially with bullion. So we'll try our best to get you some. And so if you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. And then the next time we do a coin sale, if we have them back in, I'll put you down just like on a waiting list. So, Scott, oh man, I can do that for you. I think you know how waiting lists that work. And same thing, Buddy Johnson. But let me show it one more time. And by the way, the Morgan for $40 is sold to Harry Lindquist. Now, does anybody want these other peace dollars? They're really incredibly toned. He got the only Morgan at 40. The last lot brought 37. They were not in the holders. This is $40. This 1890 Morgan silver dollar, the Harry Lindquist for $40. Thank you on that. Danny, I do have you down for 3 buffaloes. And if anybody wants me to put you down on a waiting list, these are brand new 1 ounce. You know, I call them an art round. They make art bars. They make art rounds. That's what they call the old coins. They're very popular nowadays. And they have Gulf of America and the current president, Donald J. Trump, on this side. And those are $50 on the button. $50 on the button if anybody wants one. Okay, and then how many Silver Eagles are left? That was a whole tube. That was an original mint roll. So, Danny, there should be 19 left. There should be 19 left on the Silver Eagles. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was a full roll. I don't want to try to handle them more than I have to. But there should be a whole roll there. We opened it. We opened it straight from the mint. I guess the best way I can do this, I'm going to give this one more chance if anybody wants those silver peace dollars. If not, I'll rerun them. I'll rerun them. Okay, I have more bullion pieces like that over here. I'm trying to figure out what some of these are here. Got some new stuff. I got some 2 ounce coins, some new 2 ounce, another 1 ounce. Give me 1 second while I'm doing some sorting. But yeah, a tube, a mint roll of Eagles is typically 20. Let's see what else I have over here. Aha. And I know somewhere or another I have what's left of gold around here. I don't know if I have much, but I think I do have a little bit of gold around here. I know I had a couple of those Eagles that didn't sell the last time. And whoever bought those the last time did really well because now they've went up quite a bit. So let's try to put Scott Oman down on one of the Trump Gulf of America waiting list. And next is 35 each on those. I'll do 37. I'll do 37 because that's what the last lot sold for. So I'll do 37 if you take those other 4. That's what the last lot sold for. They were loose, just loose coins. Alrighty, let me do some, about time. I've got some stuff here that's new that hadn't been priced, so let me do a little bit of investigative. I've got some really cool stuff here, as usual. I'm going to get my laptop open in just a second. I'm about to go up front and get some more on-sale knives, and we're about to tear into our first box of new knives. Yes, new knives. I've got those too. I have 5 factory boxes over here of new case knives that have not been shown. But I'm also trying to get into all of the bullion tonight too, just based on recent demand and people asking, Chad, are you ever going to have another sale? Are you ever going to have another sale? And I'm like, it's coming. It's coming. I promise. I promise. Okay? And Philip is dying to drop some money on some Fleer cards. Trust me, Philip, I will take your money. All right. These are really cool here. These need to be $205 just because it looks like they're loaves. They're hand poured and very collectible here. These are $205. These are Itali Previsosi Italian 5-ounce silver bars. Serial number 999. Those are $205. They're 5 ounce. They're kind of like a hand poured, what we call a loaf style. And those are $205. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. 5 of those at $205, 5 ounce. The Gulf of Americas are $50. And And Jonathan said he will take those last 4 piece at $37 each. Thank you, Jonathan Askew. $37 each on those. I love silver bars that are shaped like this. Very cool. It almost looks like they're vintage. They may be. I don't know. I've never seen them. I don't even know where they came from or where we got them. Stuff shows up here in this building, and I just assume elves are delivering it. And 205 on those. 205 on those. Can you give money as well as take? I will give money. In return, I usually like something back, though. I do give out money, but I do like something in return. So, Buddy says he'll take 3 5-ounce bars and we'll pick up in store. By the way, there is no sales tax here in the state of Tennessee on silver and gold bullion and investment precious metals. I'm trying to get that passed, literally, for all investment collectibles. No joke. It's like on my to-do list, because if I can get y'all not paying sales tax on records, we would all be in a better position. Buddy Johnson gets 3 of those. Thank you, Buddy. That is 205, 205, and 205. And that is also to Buddy Johnson. He gets 3 5-ounce bars, silver, $205 each. Thank you, Buddy. And then Brian G. Owens wants a 1990 proof set. I still got those right over here. Let's give him a 1990 proof set for $12. $12. Thank you, Brian G. Owens, on that. $12 on that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Danny says he'll take 1 bar at $205. That's so to Danny at $205. Thank you on that. Was that an air horn for him? It might be. It might be. And, yep. That's sold, and I have 1 left. I have 1 left. And Tommy Jones wants a 1992 proof set. 1992 proof set. That's right here. That's sold to Tommy for $12. Thank you. All of a sudden, the proof sets are selling. Maybe people were looking through their collection, seeing which one they needed. Seeing which ones they needed. I got 1 5-ounce bar left. Who wants it at $205? We need a quick air horn. That is a more than a $500 sale to Buddy Johnson. That is an air horn. Let's go ahead and wake some people up. Somebody might be like, hey, I want an air horn. Go ahead and give me a $500 item. I want an air horn, Chad. Give me 1 second. Here we go. $92. Now, those are, just for clarification, those are mint sets. Those are mint sets. So, Tommy, those are mint. There's mint and proof. I got mint and proof. So, just to clarify, these are mint sets. Everything I've sold tonight as far as a coin set has been a mint set. And I just sold the 90 and the 1992. Tommy got the 1992 mint set, and Brian G. Owens got a 1990 mint set. Just clarifying. And there's pretty much proofs are almost the same price. Honestly, there's not a lot of difference in price in those 90s proof and mint sets. They're pretty much the same thing. I don't have any proof sets on the tables right now, though. All right, I still got Silver Eagles. I still got the bar. Let's see what else I got over here. Looks like some cool stuff. Oh, man, I'm going to have to price these out. Let me break down the price of what I just sold. And that was, and then we got a larger increment here. I like this. So, yeah, these are, let me check over here right quick. And this is almost an air horn by itself, but it's the largest denomination of silver that I have. And let's see, we'll make these. All right, what does this cost if you had to pay with check and wire or a PayPal? Okay, I can do that. These are going to be $389. $389. $389. These are 10-ounce bars. $389 10-ounce bars. I've got American flag. $389. 10-ounce American flag and buffalo. And buffalo bar. And the buffalo is sealed in and airtight there. So $389 on those. $389. The Silver Eagles, the only year I have out right now is 2021. 2021 is the only year I have out right now. So, and those are $3.89. That's 10-ounce bars. I've got an American flag and I got the buffalo. I got an American flag and I have a buffalo. Yep. And the back of the American flag looks like that. Okay. And then there's those. Okay. Mint sets. Let's read through some of those. I'm about to go get some other stuff too. I've got a ton of silver ones and proof that I would love to sell tonight. I have so many. I don't know how we've ended up with so many, but right now I've got 2000, 2002, 1993, 2001, 99, 94, 90, 89, 2002, 98, and 1997. 1997. Danny will take the 10-ounce buffalo. And I literally just comped off JM Bullion. If you were to buy this and have to pay with credit or PayPal, they're same price. And typically the flags cost a little bit more, but you know, I kind of like the buffaloes as well. They're both pretty similar. $3.89, so did Danny Thomason. Thank you. I see Paul Brothers on. I saw maybe Oso Adventure earlier of a comment. We got Danny, we got Charlie, we got Josh and Timothy and Tommy and Philip and Jonathan and Scott and Dennis and everybody else. I want to thank everybody for tuning in on Sunday night here at Collectco. 1994 sold to Lillian for $12. Thank you. I said Saturday night earlier. I'm still trying to figure out what year it is. I got to go track down some cards for Philip Sweet and grab some other case knives. Give me 1 second, please. All right, I got our next two on sale case knives right here. And this is a really cool design. Also a pattern they don't make as often. A little single blade lockback. Blue Crackle, and only have two left. They were originally $69.99, and the on sale price for that at 25% off would be $52. $52. So these were $70. $52. Blue Crackle, single lock blade, brand new from Case Knives. I'll do those for $52. $52 on those. They were $69.99. Carla says she'll take one blue. I've got that one left right there. That one sold to Carla. And then Carla, the trapper size here for the other ones we've had tonight, that's the full-size jumbo trapper. The blue scroll, $119.99. Let me give you the on-sale price for those. Carla, those are going to be $89.99. So Carla gets the Blue Crackle lockback for $52, and then there's the trapper. For $89, and I only have two of those. And Tommy gets the other Blue Crackle for $52. Those are sold and sold. Excellent. And I hope that I can keep y'all around as I'm moving through this rest of this on sale stuff. And then, hopefully, more importantly for me, all the new stuff, since we just had made a heck of an investment with Case Knives again. I sent them more money at one time than I ever have before. So, and Carla says she'll take one of those as well. Excellent. So that's sold to Carla for $89.99. That's sold to Carla for $89.99. There's that. All right, moving right along. Let's go in here and get a fresh, let me walk around here first. And Philip, I think all these cards are in one case that's still locked. Give me 1 second. All right. So Philip, let's get back in range. Hold on a second. I don't know if they can hear me right now or not. Test 1, 2. Okay. So Philip, I've got the case open. Remind me of those cards. The case is open, so then I can go back up there and do that, okay? I can go back up there and do that. So if you remind me of those cards, I can go back up there and grab them now. Let's go get some other stuff out of the office right here, which is right next to me. Or do I just need to go get all the 86 Fleer? That might be the easiest thing. All right. Some of these I can't remember the price. Oh boy. All right, so let's just do let's see here. These are double with the proof. We'll say these are $14. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's pretty close. $14. I've got 2003, 2004, and 2006. Those are proof sets. 2003, 2004, 2006. We'll do those proofs a couple dollars more. There's 2 trays of coins in there, and those are actually proofed, and we'll say those are $14. Scott gets that last 5-ounce silver bar for $205, and I've got a 10-ounce bar for $389 if anybody wants that last American flag, the stars and stripes. And also I have, where's my next deal? My next deal is right here. These are pretty interesting. And these are, give me 1 second. Let's go over here. Silver. And there's that. And okay, what does one cost as low as? That's what I figured. Okay. So these are going to be $42. $42. Yeah, I can do that. So $42. I have 1-ounce silver bars here. $42. 1-ounce silver bars. Republic metals. Let's see here. There's all sorts of different ones. Amex, Year of the Dragon. Amex, $42 on these. Indian Head. This is some sort of lion deal. Somebody just needs to go ahead and buy all these because they're starting to get better. There's a bicentennial flag. There's an American flag. There's another Silver Town. And there's 2 Silver Eagle looking bars and another Buffalo. Wow. Yeah, if somebody went ahead and said, I'll take all of those, probably not a bad idea because there's a wide variety. I thought at first they were all the same thing. These are all different kind of deals here. Republic metals. So starting with the back left, Republic metals. You got an Ampex, Amex, Year of the Dragon. Another Amex. We're going to keep those together. Northwest Territorial Mint. We have a bicentennial flag. These are $42. Sell that to Robert Tomick. $42 on the bicentennial flag. That's sold to Robert Tomick for $42. Danny Thomason on the Indian Head. I've actually got 2, Danny, in case you want to. There's an American flag. Can I see the Year of the Dragon? And sure thing. So here is the Year of the Dragon. And Natasha, I just seen your question about the knives. If you hang with me, I'll go through them all again. I actually just did a recap. I'm trying to get some new stuff out. I always do multiple recaps throughout the night. Year of the Dragon, and then the American flag is right here. Kind of like the 10-ounce bar, just its smaller counterpart. And then there's Danny if he just wants more than 1 Buffalo. Silvertown, always collectible. Silvertown, those are always collectible. There are the 2 ones with the Silver Eagle on it. And then there is this deal here with the lion. Digit Deus Dris Meos. Some sort of Latin deal with a lion and a girl. Okay, Danny wants both of the Indian head bars at 42 and 42. Those are sold to Danny at 42 and 42. Okay, and then next is, I've got two random cards here. A 2023 Mosaic Patrick Holmes Touchdown Masters PSA 9, $34.99, and a Donald J. Trump 2023 Leaf Legends POTUS 2023 Leaf Legends. That one's $24.99. So we have Patrick Mahomes and we have Donald Trump, and those are 34 and 24. Two random cards I had over here in a basket. So Natasha is next in line. Danny got both Indian heads. Natasha's next in line. She gets the dragon coin, or the dragon bar. That's sold to Natasha for $42. Thank you, Natasha. That's sold to you. Next in line was Danny getting the flag for $42. That's sold to Danny for $42 because Natasha is passing. So that's sold to Danny for $42. So Danny, you do get the flag for $42. Mike Oppenshaw. Actually, Tim Graham was next on the flag, then Mike Oppenshaw. Tim Graham says he'll take two Silver Eagles. I've got 2021 Silver Eagles at $43 each. 2021 Silver Eagles, $43 a piece. $43 a piece. Those are sold and sold to Tim Graham. Mike Torrey says he'll take both cards. He gets Patrick Mahomes and the Trump card, 35 and 25. Mike got those, and then Lillian, and then Jonathan Eskew. So those are sold and sold. All those are gone and gone. Now, the only thing left here are these bars at $42 each. Surprised no one's got Silvertown. It appears to be a slightly older one, but I never know about those till I do further research. But there's RNC, Republic Metals, two Ampex, which are official mints, and then Silvertown, these with a Silver Eagle on them. And then those other ones down there. Those are all $42 each on those 1 ounce silvers. 1 ounce silvers, okay? And then we still got another silver bar back here. It's slightly more. It's $44.99. It's a Johnson Matthey. Yeah, Johnson Matthey, JM. And those are always demand a little bit more premium. Okay, fantastic. Now, let's see here. I got to look up this little deal here because I can't remember what I was selling them for, but with gold going up, I think since the last time I did a sale by $400 an ounce, or whatever crazy amount it's jumped, this little fractional piece has gone up quite a bit. I think it's a 1/1000th of an ounce, and I think I sold a bunch to Paul Brothers the last time, and they've done well since Paul's bought them. Let me see if I can find this little deal here. It's a 1/1000th of an ounce, maybe. Of course, they carry a great premium for being such a small coin, but it's a pretty cool deal here. Let me get it out and see what it looks like. Is this the one with the multicolored bottles? Yeah, here they are. These are really cool. I like these. I took one home. I slipped it down in my wallet. I was like, I'm going to take one of these home. I'm going to take one of these home. I can do that. I do own this stuff, okay? If I do want to take something home, I can. I am allowed to do that as long as I pay the store for it. All right, this is $30. This is $30. $30. And Danny, you can't jump ahead. It's whoever gets it right now. $30. No, wait a minute. He was asking about the premium bar. Oh, 40. I thought you were asking about the gold. $30. Whoever wants it right now. $30. Martha was jumping ahead too. Can't jump ahead. No jumping ahead. I thought Danny was jumping ahead, but he was asking about the Johnson Matthey. Johnson Matthey was $45. Coca-Cola's $30. It's a 1/1000th. 1/1000th of a deal here. Looks like a gold bar. $30 on that. Very cool. Probably the most affordable gold I'll have for you tonight. I can't say something sight unseen. I have to officially show it and price it first. But yeah, the Johnson Matthey bar is $45. $45. I think by rule, Robert Tomick was first, and then Larry Breeding, Steely Raber. It goes in a little gold envelope too. You can carry those around your wallet, and if you ever need like cash, you can convince somebody that's worth $30. That's sold to Robert Tomic for $30. All right. What else is going on over here? I just did an eBay comp. I hope that was. I don't remember what I sold them for the last time. That, you know, I probably, some of the stuff after I get down to like 1. That's why when I get down to 1 of something, I'm like, somebody please buy it, because I'm going to put it back in a box and forget how much it is, or the price is going to fall off of it. And that's why when I get down to 1, I'm like, please, somebody please buy this. All right, these are another really cool silver bar. These are $45. These are $45. These are Archangels. Is that what they're called? Let me get you my description here. Archangel, Michael, and Serpent. 1 ounce bar and capsules, $45. And Danny does get the Johnson Matthey bar for $44.99. Johnson Matthey bar, $44.99. And Bird, I hope you were not just asking for gold. If so, I do have more coming up. But stick with me. But yeah, this is the next kind of really cool bar. They're on like a capsule, and they're like boarded on a piece of cardboard here, okay? So, and I don't know what's up with this one. I don't know if they put it on the wrong side. That should be what the back of that looks like. I don't know, but that's what the back of that should looks like, okay? And let me go up there and get those. I'm going to take my phone with me so I can get these cards for Philip Sweet. Excuse me, I'll be right back. We got a lot of stuff to go through. Give me 10 seconds. All right. Philip, to expedite this, I had all the 86 Fleer stuff together, as you probably know. So, and Thomas Malone, Mullins, Ewing, Bird, Olajuwon Wilkins, and Bird sticker. Alex English, Adrian Dantley, Isaiah Thomas, Julius Irving sticker. Dominus Wilkins, Julius Irving. Did you mean Ewing or Irving? Irving, Ewing. There's Chris Mullin. There's, of course, the king of them all, Michael Jordan, rookie. Patrick Fleer, Malone. I know he said Malone. Thomas, Drexler, Olajuwon. There's 2 of them for sure. There's the Larry Bird sticker. Mikhail, Wilkins, and checklist. Okay, so which ones are we missing? Which ones are we missing? So Malone, Olajuwon, Larry Bird. And let's go ahead and pull these Angels. We have, first is Michael Cooper, got one for $45. Thank you, Michael Cooper. Next is Lillian McCurry, gets one for $45. Thank you, Lillian. And then Danny got one for $45. Thank you, Danny. And then Tim Graham got one for $45. Okay? So those are all sold at $45 a piece. Archangel. I got 4 people. Now, if we need to, I'm kind of confused on this one. I don't know if this is supposed to be one. I wish I could see the back of it. I might at some point rip it out of here, because I don't know if that's another Archangel or not. I'm assuming it's the back of one of them, but it's weird that they put it the wrong way. And so Thomas Malone, Mullins, Ewing, Bird, Olajuwon, Wilkins, and Bird sticker. Okay, so you do want the bird card as well. 2, 4, 5. I'm still missing 3 cards. There is 6, 2, 4, 6 Ewing. And so I haven't found Thomas, Isaiah Thomas. That's right here, Isaiah Thomas. And then, so we got Thomas. I know I got Malone and Mullins, Bird, Olajuwon, Wilkins, and Bird sticker. That should be 8 then. 2, 4, 6, 7. No, I'm still missing something. Wilkins, Larry Bird, Olajuwon, Malone, Isaiah Thomas, Larry Bird, and Patrick Ewing. So who am I missing? Thomas, Malone, Mullins, Wilkins. Sure that's 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8. I'm missing somebody. Irving. Irving? No, I got that one. Who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. I've got Patrick Ewing. I've got Larry Bird. I've got Isaiah Thomas. I got Karl Malone. I got Akeem Olajuwon. I got Dominique Wilkins. And I got Larry Bird. So you're going to have to let me know who I'm missing because there's a piece of the puzzle here I'm not putting together. There is some piece of the puzzle I'm not putting together there. The only ones left here are Jordan, Mullen. Is it Mullen? I got Mullins, Chris Mullen, Wilkins, Olajuwon, Malone, Thomas, Bird, Ewing. I found them. Chris Mullen. Chris Mullen. Got it. All right, so there's the check. That leaves the checklist. Dr. J, Kevin McHale, Clyde Drexler, and then a bunch of stickers. A bunch of stickers, and then, of course, Jordan. And I'm sure someone's probably going to ask, Jordan is $3,000. Michael Jordan rookie card, 86 Fleer, SGC4 is $3,000. $3,000. All right. Now, Philip has already come in and spied these out and took pictures of them, and he's been trying to buy these for like 6 months now. So give me 1 second. And he said his math was $659.92. We got, let's see, 75, 100. I'm going to round up a penny. 55, 70, 90, 75, 145, and 50. 660. That's right. We're 660. 660. 660. $625. $625. How could you say no? Okay, let's get some more stuff out. Let's keep going. First thing we have is, I think, some new 1 ounce. Let's see here. Let's see here. These are the new 1 ounce, yeah, where these are 2024 1 ounce Mexico. Oh man, why is this leaving me right now? Libertad. Libertad? Yeah, Libertads. $50 on those. 2024. These carry as much as of a premium as an American Silver Eagle or more. $50 on those. 600 even. Are you paying cash? Or am I going to lose another 3.5% when you pay with a credit or debit card? And then what is next? Mullins. Those are just all Phillips' comment. What's the back of Archangel? I don't know. It's on a card. I can't see it. Plus, I'm sold out unless that's what this one is. So here is this. That's the Archangel. We're currently sold out. Let me rip this one off the card. I kind of hate to do it, but I think if it's just a 1 ounce bar, I'm very curious if this is an Archangel. Man, I wish there was a way I could peek at it. I don't want to do this, but it probably will sell better if I could see what the back looks like. And then we'll just keep it together so y'all know it did come straight from the mint. Yeah, this is going to be hard to get off here, though. I may be doing more harm than good right now. Yeah, you can't see the back of it, really. You could always glue that back together. I don't know. I don't know what's on the back of this. You can't see it. And it's on there pretty dang good. this is like sealed. There's like there's a complete level of like glue around this part here. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm out. If somebody does, that's still a pretty good price for a Scottsdale mint bar at $45, just saying. And we have our second air horn of the night. This lot of 86 Fleer cards is sold to Philip Sweet for $600. And if Philip Sweet's buying them, I know they're a great deal. Probably some of these have went up since we priced them a year ago. Right, Philip? Probably they're worth more like $10,000 right now. These are sold to Philip, $600. Hope everybody's ready for the air horn. Here it comes. Thank you, Philip. $86 Fleer bundle. That's what we can put that in, G. 86 Fleer bundle, $600. And maybe somebody now will see the value in 86 Fleer and they'll buy that Michael Jordan rookie tonight. The large knife on the left. Yeah, this is a jumbo Stockman, Jeff. It's 25% off, which makes it $89.99. It's a jumbo Stockman. Jumbo Stockman. Okay, so while we're on right now, I need to ask everybody what is the most interest they have in. We've only been live a couple hours, and we definitely have a couple more hours to go minimum, especially probably before I start losing some people because they're going to bed on me. Do we want to see, what do we want to see, I guess is the question. What do we want to see? More silver, more on-sale knives. The new knives, the on-sale knives. I'm going to keep bringing random stuff out, though. I have gold. It's gold, it's gold. Aha. I knew I had more. Finally, I found my gold stash. Be on your toes, okay? So our next sale, thank you, Philip. Our next sale goes to Jeff Duncan. Jeff Duncan gets the Mediterranean Scroll for $89.99. Thank you, Jeff Duncan. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. All right. And then currency and silver. Currency and silver. Do you have a whole set of those candy corns? Actually, I'm going to show one more right now, that because I don't know how many more I have in this tub. And this one's $55. It's my only one, which was the most popular, the Mini Trapper. So that one's $55, Mini Trapper. And then Josh, I have that Mini Trapper unless I have more. And I don't think I have a set because they made a bunch of these, Josh. They made a ton of those, different patterns. But that's my only Mini Trapper. That's my only Mini Trapper there. And then for those that didn't get on early, I'm not going to recap the table right now. There's way too much on the table. But before you go to bed, make sure you see the recap. But one of the first things I showed that's still available is right here, which is at a quarter above melt. 1964 Kennedy half dollar, silver, 90%. Those are $12 a piece. You may have missed those. 90% silver, Kennedy half dollars, $12 a piece. $12 a piece. Your call on selection. Those are available. The Mini Trapper is $55. $55 on Mini Trapper. It should have been new like 69 or 67, but that is my last one. Okay, that is my last one. Now, here is something I need to check on because I have the price the last time I sold one, and the gold had went up then, and now y'all know it's made an even bigger jump, but I'm going to get pretty close to this original price we were selling these for. Let me look it up right quick and make sure I'm close and fair. It even has a preview mark. And let's see what I can sell this for. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing there. Let's see if we can get a comp. Not going back all the way back to February. Okay, and then, but let's see what two are active for. This is borderline bullion, borderline gold. There's one with a starting bid of 409 with 2 days left plus shipping, and one for 450. I'll do this one for $395. $395. This is a 10th ounce maple leaf, $395. Polar Bear Preview Mark. Polar Bear Preview Mark. Treasured maple leaf, 999999 gold, $395. And the last time I had sold 4 at $375. I had already sold, I think, 4 for $375. I had one left, $395. Okay? Now, we got Mark Thompson. He's going to take 5 at 12. 5 at 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Mark Thompson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Mark Thompson. Those are sold to you. 2, 4, 5. Mark Thompson. You got it. Mark Thompson. And then next was Jeff Duncan. He said take Kennedy's. So he gets the rest. And then Danny, you were next. So Jeff Duncan gets the rest of the Kennedy's. And I showed those earlier. I was like, man, why aren't they selling? And I've got some more back there. Some more bullion or silver melt to sell in just a second. But that's a great price on the 10th ounce Canadian maple leaf. $395 on that. Okay? All right. Trappers with belt clips. I don't think I have any right now. Let's see what else I have over here. Okay, there's that. We sold out of the Gulf of Americas. These are $55. Rare vintage Lundberg Rice advertising coin. Wow, so these are vintage advertising coins. $55. I've got 3 of them. They're Lundberg Rice from Rich Val, California. It says good for 10 pounds of rice until 1989. It's a vintage Lundberg brown rice advertising. They're $9.99 silver. Those are $55 a piece. $55 a piece on those. $55 a piece on those. So we got in the candy corn, we've got mini trapper, tiny trapper, and I've got butterbean and Stockman. That's what I have left out on the table as of right now. Okay. Let's see what else is in here. Let's see. 135, 23, 24. Okay. We got a bunch of these again. There's those. Okay, so this is a mini trapper. It's a 2-blade. And then its counterpart is a tiny trapper, which I'm pretty sure we were selling these earlier for, I'm sure some of y'all remember the price. Was it $42? Maybe on the tiny trappers? Do y'all remember? I didn't write that one down. But yeah, those are available. Tiny and mini. All right, there's an empty box. We're emptying some boxes because I can tell we're selling stuff. That's excellent. There's the rice coins. There's the, I don't need the, well, I do maybe need that to reorder it. There's a couple lids. I don't want to lose those. Let's put those there. There's the lids for those. Okay, moving along. This has not been changed since the last time I checked prices. So we have a Salt Lake 2002. That's the same price as the last time. Let's see, what was it? 4 weeks ago, it was $700. I think Paul Brothers bought a set, and I still got this one. It's the Salt Lake 2002 Olympic Winter Games Commemorative Coin Program, which is $700. Now, the details on that one is the gold is 8.359 grams, 90%, and then you have basically a 90% silver dollar there. But I have not adjusted that price since the last time I showed this. That is the original handwriting there of Tanner Hackett. So I know that that's been the same since I showed that. And I still have that 10th ounce gold too, which I'm really surprised hadn't been claimed. So $700 on that. And that's from the same price, not have been adjusted. And then I still got that. So that's 2 of the gold items I have. And then Ronnie wants a Stockman and both trappers. Is that the Ronnie Scudder? The legend? The Ronnie Scudder? Mr. Ronnie Scudder? Mr. Scudder? And we have a candy corn Stockman, and then he says he's going to take both trappers. Okay, so let's sell him a tiny trapper, and I'm pretty sure those were $42. Nobody never did confirm. The mini trapper, I said, was $55, so $42.55, and then the Stockmans were $52. Okay, so $52 on Stockman, mini trapper was $55, and then we'll do the tiny trappers for $42, which is pretty sure what I was selling them for earlier. So thank you, Mr. Scudder. Those are also to him. Appreciate that. Thank you. Glad to see you on. Everybody's probably been waiting for me to buy some sort of vintage knife collection, which I haven't had an opportunity to buy a vintage knife collection in like a year or two, right? I don't think anybody's wanting to sell their vintage knives anymore. Their Bokers and their Hen and Roosters and their Kissing Cranes. I wish I could. I'm buying if anybody's out there selling. Here is a 10th ounce maple leaf. This is 10th ounce maple leaf with a polar bear preview mark. It is $395. And about a month ago, we had sold 4 for $375. So $395 on those. 2025 treasured maple leaves. $395 on that. All right, let's throw that away. I'm going to toss that because we sold all those. I'm going to keep this because I'm still going to need that a little bit longer. Let me go get some more knives that's on sale up front. Trying to clean out our cabinets so we can put in some new stuff soon, as in tomorrow. Let me toss that. And let me step up here to our display cases and get some more stuff out. I got a few more knives here at 25% off. Some of the last stuff in our cabinet before I start unboxing some of this other stuff. So we'll do the Caribbean stuff here first. So we got a Caribbean Blue Bone Sodbuster Jr. And I have a Caribbean Trapper. Let's calculate those right quick. So first thing I have is the Sodbuster, $64.99, 25% off, makes that $48. So Sodbuster, $48. And then Trapper should just be a little bit more. Yeah, we'll say $44 on that one. So $42 on the Sodbuster and $44 on the Trapper, Caribbean Blue. Let's get that up close. That's a full-size Trapper, $44, 25% off, and there's that. And there's that, $375 on the 10th ounce. $375 on the 10 ounce, or $375 on the 10th ounce. Are you talking about the last 10 ounce bar that was $389? Or are you talking about the 10th ounce that I just priced for $395? because they're very, no, that would be, what did I price these for? $389. Yeah, let me make sure that's not supposed to be a slash there, because if not, Paul Brother says he'll take it. And then I have some smaller fractional gold as well. Yes, the one who helped you out of GHS when you had the long hair. I did. I used to have hair down to my shoulders when Mr. Scudder was the principal at Gordonsville High School. That's very true. And I'd walk in late every day. Y'all know me. So y'all know that I start the shows late every night, right? Well, Mr. Scudder can vouch. As high school principal, I came into school every day late. It was my trademark. Never was on time, especially my senior year. It started getting later too. I'd get there at 8:05, 8:10, 8:30, 8:35. And I was like, don't worry, they're not going to start without me. They're not going to start teaching until I get here. Don't worry. Just hold the show up. All right, so we'll clarify what Jonathan was offering on. And then we'll keep going. Call you a slacker? No, I excelled. I excelled in all subjects. Not joking either. Top of the class. And everybody was curious where I got it from. They was like, where'd you get all this from? All right, and then let's count out these other Franklin halves so I can count them up. Let's see here. There is a 10-ounce bar. I was just going to make sure we were on the same page. All right, so I sold a bunch of these earlier at $5 each, and now I'm going to match. Now I'm going to match the melt price. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 28, 28 at $475, $133, and that's melt price on these 40% Kennedy halves. That is the current melt price on those 28 Kennedy halves, $4.75 each. So that's 25% off each, or 25 cents off each coin from what we were just selling them for, and that would be melt. The maple leaf is sold to Paul Brothers for $395. And then Jonathan, I had the 10-ounce flag bar at $389. You offered $375. I'll sell it to you for $380. $380, $9 off. The Buffalo already got claimed, and we'll do that, okay? Next is wet and not combed. He was a very good student with outstanding grades. Thank you. Just so you'll know, that's coming from the top. That's coming from the top. I was an A+ student, okay? That is true. But I did show up with my hair wet and uncombed, and I still do that today at my own business. I show up every day, wet, uncombed, and I'll go right to work. And Jonathan said he will take the 10-ounce silver bar at $380. All right, I got to pause sometimes on these prices. I'm like, what year is it? Am I selling $280? Because I've probably sold 10-ounce bars before for $280. Maybe in 3 more years they might be $480. You never know. Could be in 3 months. All right, so that is so 10-ounce silver bar. Jonathan SQ $300, not to mess up G. $380 and not to mess up Jonathan. But that is, I'm going to screenshot this on my phone so I don't have to recount these, but that's probably the cheapest melt on silver I have available right now. If you just want the cheapest you can get melt silver for, That would probably be right there. Usually there's great deals on Kennedy, 40% Kennedy halves we have. So how could you go wrong there? Okay, and then if you did miss it earlier, those two big stacks in the back are Ike dollars. I've got 1978. Oh, there's another 71. I thought I sold all those. Who got the other 70? I must have accidentally mixed up stacks. There's two more 71s if somebody still wants those. That one has a little green toning on it. That one's fine. So I got 78, 72s, and 71, 78, 72s. 71, 72s, and 78s. Okay? There is that. And now, let's see what else we have over here. There's this, there's that. And let's move right along. I figured somebody'd be all over the Caribbeans back there. All over the Caribbeans back there, okay? And then there's another gold set. There's another gold set, okay? Next is more gold here. These are $115. These are half gram, $115. NASCAR Racing, Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola. And these are half gram. These are pure gold, of course, half gram bars, $115. These are numbered. The NASCAR bars are 2455. This is 2457. And then there's the Coca-Cola, officially licensed, of course. And those are $115. Those are $115 on those. Okay? Do I get the Buffalo 10 ounce for $380 being this typically goes less from the flag? Anyway, right. One, I really can't change a price. And two, somebody might have bought it back then for $389. It's two completely different items. Can't start changing prices. Those are two completely different items. Plus, somebody might have bought it at $389. I'm pretty sure somebody else was interested. Any Confederate currency, not tonight. Not tonight. Any Confederate currency, not tonight. Okay, so there's all those. Got that. Those are $115. The Ikes are $3 each on those. $3 each on those. Same thing happens when I sell an auction. I'll have a sealed record. I'll sell one for $27. Want to sell 30 minutes later for $19. And then somebody want me to change the price on the previous one. I'm like, well, that was a completely different auction. I got to just keep it sold for whatever it's sold for. If I do that, then there would be chaos, Danny. That means later tonight when there's only one of these left and I sell it for $5 less, somebody want me to change the price on theirs. And we can't have chaos. We've got to keep it under control. The Ikes are $3 each. All right, let me go grab some other stuff. Philip, I'll take a look at that. Let me go step in here and grab another handful. I think somewhere I have the newest Silver Eagles. Let me try to find them. Well, these are... Let me get a price comp on these. All right. So, what was that, 43? Yeah, same price on these. These are 2023 Silver Eagles, $43. 2023 Silver Eagles. If I can get them out of this tube. $2,023 Silver Eagles. Those are 40. No, excuse me. 2025. What am I thinking? 2025. I have forgot what year it is again. I knew they were the new ones. 2025. I'll keep them at the same year. That might have been, I might have messed up right then. Oh well, I'm going to mess up a couple times tonight. Probably some, hopefully on the more higher side than lower side. But for 2023, $43 on those. That's my last ones. We had a full roll last week. Those are the brand new Silver Eagles. And I will sell them. We will put them in airtight. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. I'm also replying to a text message. I'm trying to figure out what the next item I'm showing is, and I'm about to get into some new knives. Okay, so the first thing is Jonathan said how much for the ox, and then he said how much for all. And then Charlie says he wants 2. And then Tori says, how many do I have? Okay, so Charlie, before I can give you 2 of them, I need to count these and give him a price for all of them. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Perfect. There's 20 in a stack. There should be 20 in this stack. There's 21. So there is 41, 41, 43. I've got 45. And if you take them all, I'll do $275 a piece. So 45 times 275 is $123.75. $123.75. So Michael Cooper gets a Silver Eagle for $43. Mike Openshaw gets a Silver Eagle for $43. Buddy Johnson gets 3 for $43 each. And these are 2025 Silver Eagles. And Mark Thompson gets a 2025 Silver Eagle. All right, so those are, so we got 1, 1, 3, and 1. That'll be the next line items on the table. G, that will be 1, 1, 3, and 1. I'm going to be talking to G in the future. Shout out to G. Jonathan Askew says he'll take all these here at $275 each, which is a grand total. Let's mark that as 45 OC dollars. And we'll put those in for $123.75. And let me put those back in a plastic baggie here. $123.75. And this was the original baggie they were in. So let's just put them all back in there. And there's no longer 59 in there. We'll take that off. All right. There we go. Took the tower. The OC tower is down. No more OC dollars tonight unless I run across more, which is a high possibility. You never know about OC dollars. They can pop up anywhere. Okay, here's another knife I got out of the case. I'm going to do this one for 35% off. 35% off. It's a black micarta, large jumbo trapper. That micarta handles are pretty pricey, as you can tell. They were new for $99.99. 35% off makes these just $65. And the official description on it is a black micarta, smooth, large stockman, and those are now $65. So for those that missed it, I have Silver Eagles here for $43. I've got now 2025s, and I still got a whole stack back here of 2021s. Fresh from the mint rolls. Fresh from the mint rolls. All righty. Good deal. Nobody on this last bit of gold. That's surprising. So 115 on the half grams. Still got the Salt Lake City set. And let's keep going. Here in a minute, I'm really going to have to push some of this stuff back because I'm about to like literally start opening some boxes. And a little bit later tonight, we're going to have to like look up stuff. Some of this stuff I don't know what the price is because I have never done research on it before. There's, and some of this stuff is dated. We bought some of this stuff back August of 2023. We bought a guy's coin collection. He bought nothing but bullion for about 15 years, and I'm still selling off the stuff I bought from him. One of the biggest collections ever. I still got his stuff, and some of it's priced from 2023, which is way off on the low side. So I've got to adjust some of that. Let me grab some more stuff in here. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. I got some proof Silver Eagles. Those are good. Let me see what I have over here. There's that. There's this. Let's see here. There's those. I showed those the last time. Let me see what's in these boxes right here. I got 3 priority mailboxes full of coins I hadn't opened in 6 months, which I'm opening one right now. Nice. I was waiting for more of these. $14, I think. I'm about to double check because I know some people's looking for some more years. They asked me moments ago for some of these. The 90s. 14. Yeah, let's do them for 14. $14 across the board, okay? $14 across the board. Some of them I think should be 16. I have a few that probably should be 10 or 11. I'm going to make it much easy on everybody, especially us, and y'all probably. $12 a piece on these proof sets. Same price as the mint sets we were selling earlier. I told y'all there wasn't a whole lot of difference. Comment the year. Comment the year. These are $12. I've got 1984, 1985, another 1984, a 1993. I have a 1993 and a 1990. I have a 1994 and a 1994. Let me show you what they look like. This is going to be very similar to what all these look like. If you're unfamiliar, these are proofed, and it's going to have a half, a nickel, the dime, the quarter, and of course the penny, all in proofs, which has this more like mirror-like finish. The mint sets are like more of just a regular business strike. They're just mint. They're brand new. They're uncirculated, of course. And same thing for these proofs. They just have a proof-like finish. So there's 93. These are $12 a piece. Lillian wants a 93. Lillian wants a 94. And these are proof sets, $12 each. And I'm going to be throwing a lot of years at you here. And I'm going to try, in between all this, throw in some other stuff, okay? Go to the left. The half-gram bars are $115 each. NASCAR, Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola. Officially licensed. Do I still got Clyde Drexler? The 86 Fleer cards I have left, of course, are Jordan. I've got stickers of Dr. J, Wilkins, Dominique, Isaiah Thomas, Adrian Dantley, Alex English. And then stock cards, I got Clyde Drexler, $75, Kevin McHale, $40, Dr. J, $70, and the checklist, $30. Drexler is SGC 8. Drexler is SGC 8. SGC 8 there on Drexler. Okay. Now, next is Mark Thompson wants a 1990. That's sold to Mark Thompson for $12. Thank you, Mark Thompson. $12 on that. All righty. So, 69 on Clyde Drexler. 69 on Clyde Drexler. Sell this to Philip Sweet for $69. SGC 8, near mint, Clyde Drexler. We're going to make that the first item in the new row. That's sold to Philip for $69. Thank you. All right, so there's those. So we got 84, 85, 93, 94. Let's keep rolling. As Limp Bizkit says, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. These are $12 each. 1997, 1997, 1998, 1998, 1995. That's my year. Trust me, I've already got one. I think I've got 4 or 5 of them. 96, 96. I keep a lot of 95 stuff in coins. I've got about everything that they made from the government that year. 96, 96, 95, 95, 98, 98, 97, 97. Those are all $12 each. Some 90s there. Do you have my email? You can reach out through the website. You can fill out that contact us form, shopcollectco.com. And you can let us know. Some of those custom high-end knives I like, but I don't know. It's hard to sell them for people because stuff that's handcrafted by people, even though it's really high-end and really nice, by the time they make it and then they try to sell it to us where we can make something on it, it really implodes the price. So I've tried doing handcrafted stuff for people. It makes it very difficult unless they're selling it themselves. By the time we deal with it, it's really hard. It's really hard to do that. So Oso wants 2 97s. So thank you, Oso. Those are $12 each, but I will be interested in them. I'll be interested in them. Oso gets 2 97s, $12 and $12. These are still doing proof sets here. Thank you, Oso. And then here's another handful. Here is another handful. We have 1990, 1989, 1989, 1987, 1987, 1985. And then here we go. 1975, same price, 75, 72, 74, 75, 74, and 73. And 73. So 1973, 1974, 1975, 1974, 1973, 1975. There's some 70s. And let me pause right there. I'm going to go up front and try to grab some other case knives I can get my hands on to do some discounting. And who's ready for me to open the first box? I know there's at least 3 people waiting. Hopefully there's about 300. Maybe. All right, let me step up here and grab some of this then. Alrighty. Let's see where we left off. Jeremy says he'll take all the black 70s. So these are sold to Jeremy Dalton at $12 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he got 6 of those times 12 each. Jeremy Dalton, 70s proof sets. Those are all sold to him. And then Jeff Duncan wants a 93. 93 for Jeff Duncan. And Jeremy beat you to those other ones. There's a 93. Thank you. All right. And that's 1993. That's sold for $12. Thank you. And then what else do I have over here? Wish I could remember the price on these. Let me ask Tanner right quick. He's still awake. Okay, and then what's the last ones I just ran? I do have a 1985, Robert. I've got 87, 87, 89, 89, and 90. That's the ones I just shown. And if you give me one more second, I'll read through them all because we've took a significant chunk out of them. Let me see how many more I can do. Here we go. Make sure these don't say silver. Some of these say silver, which is like 3 times the price. But here's my last handful I can do for 12. Okay. Here's my last handful I can do for 12. Robert Tomic does get a 1985. Thank you, Robert. That's sold you for 12. And here's my last handful that will be $12. And that is 1980, 1981, 1981, 1982, 1982, 1980, and then 83 and 83. 83 and 83. And Jeff Duncan says he'll take a 1987. Okay, so there's those. Let me push these right over here. Jeff Duncan on 87, which should be here in this stack. Whoop, don't fall off the table, please. There's an 87. That's sold to Jeff Duncan for $12. Thank you, Jeff Duncan. That's sold to you for $12. Appreciate that. Thank you. And then Lillian gets a 1983. That's out of this batch that I just showed. There's a 1983 proof set sold to Lillian McCurry for $12. Thank you, Lillian. That is sold to you. Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. Now, I think from here they get more modern. I've got more modern, and I have silver ones. And if anybody's looking for a year, I probably can get to those pretty easy. I also have, silver proof quarters, just the quarter sets, etc. And I don't mind going hunting for you. I can do that. 81 is right here, and that's sold to Brandon Jones. Now I'm about to do one big read through and then stack all those up right off here next to me so I can free up some space. Thanks everybody on those. And now newer sets. Yes, I'm about to get to those. I also just grabbed one of the newest patterns from Case. I've got to check on price, and let me do that in just a second. But first, a quick read through of these so I can set them aside. And then 91 to 2004, okay, 2003. Give me 1 second. Luckily, I can keep y'all's comments on my phone for a second. Let me read through what's right here. Let me start with the green ones, which should be like early through mid-90s. 95, 95, 98, 98, 96, 96, 94. So 94, 296s, 298s, and 295s. Let's get these somewhat in order here. So 94, 95, 96, 98, okay? Those are all $12. That's all the green ones, the 90s there. Purple, similar years, but a little bit earlier. We have 80, 89, 87, another 89, 84, 84, 85. So in order, that would be 84, 85, 87, 89, and 90. Do you have just one of the 81s? I should have another 81 here. So I have 80, 82, 82, 81. I have one more 81. So there's your next ones. 80, 81, unless Brandon gets it. And then 82, 82, and 80. So two 80s and two 82s. That's the black ones. And then one 1983, which is a blue set. And the gold weight on the Salt Lake City. All right. Jeff, the Salt Lake City is 8.359 grams, 90% gold. 8.359 grams, 90% gold. And I'm needing 700 for that. And we sold one a while back before any kind of adjustment. So that other 81. So let's just make Brandon's 81 times 2. So I've got 2 in his 81 pile now to save some table space. Okay, so 281s. Brandon, you got it. I'm going to keep these right here next to me to clear up, speaking of table space. If you change your mind on a year, they're going to be right over here next to me, especially where I can flip through them easy. I'm going to put them in a little box right here. And I can flip through those and pull any date you might have just seen. Okay, then we had a couple questions on newer ones, as in, or just other years, 15, 19, 22, 91, 24, and 23. Okay, so let's see what I've got here. And then hold the phone on prices, though, because some of these could change. But let me see if I have these grouped together. It might be easier. Proof 90, 94. Proof. They should be very similar through the early 2000s. And then the 2000s started with all the extra quarters. They just get more money. Proof. 70s. Yeah, those 70s should have been like $5 more. But that's okay. It made it a lot easier there across the board. All right, so yeah, those 12. These are... All right, we'll see. We'll just see which year they want. Lillian asked about 91, and then this. So nobody's really asked about these years, but here they are. Let me get them in order so I can price them easier. There's 99, 2000, 2001, 2005, and 2006. Okay, so that's... And then over here was 03, 04, 06. And I've already shown a couple of those. 03, 04, 05, and 06. And I think I've already priced a couple of those, but let me make sure I was close. That way we'll keep all these together. So 93, 94. So these are all the 90s eras. And 95 through 06 right here. Yeah. So these are $15. They're not much more. They're $15. But the reason these are a little bit more, let me show you 2006. The reason these are more, that's when they started the state quarters. So you get basically 2 trays of coins and you get 5 proof quarters. So that's why there's a price increase. There's a whole additional tray of coins. Not so much to do with mintage or anything. They probably made just as many, if not more. It's just there's more coins. So $15 on these. $15. Mark Thompson wants 2006. I just showed that. Lillian wants a 2005. So those are $15 and $15. So to Lillian and Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson got the 2006. Lillian got 2005. So there's those years. 15 on those. So you get that kind of extra tray of coins. And I've got some more. I've got another 2004. I've got another 2004. I have another 2001. There's another 2005. And then I've got 2002, 2003, and another 2002. And those are all $15. Mike wants a 2000. That was my one and only 2000. That's sold to Mike Oppenshaw for $15. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you, $15. That's gone. And that's the years I have there. So let me try to get them somewhat into an order. There's another 2001. Let me put that there. And then I had... I do have another 2000. So there is another 2000. There is another 2000. And then I'm going to put these here on top. Let me move 2 down and 3. And there we go. So a quick read through on all these. There they are. 99, 2000, 2001, 05. Oop, I got some out of order here. 03, 04. I'm getting my 20s. I'm getting my... Let me just leave them like that. There we go. I'll just read them that way. 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, and then 5, and then 6. It almost looks weird saying that. I'm used to seeing 2025 and 2023. Man, some of those are 20 years old now. Amazing. Time flies, right? Oso says he'll take a 99, $15, and a 2000. Those are sold to Oso Adventure, $15. My eyes and brains kind of crisscross. I'm thinking 2022 and 2023. That's been 20 years ago, Chad. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago, Chad. Brian G. Owens wants a 2004. That's also $15 to Brian G. Owens. Thank you, Brian G. Owens. That's sold to you. Okay, so there's those. Let me move that back there. And there's that. Okay. I think at 10 o'clock, I'm going to do a recap of everything on the board. That way I can really figure out what's already been shown. By then, there'll probably be new people on. We might even start entertaining some offers, etc. Now, the next thing I have, let me make sure these are still the price I have on them, are the silver ones from the 90s here. And I do have these for $35. So these are silver. These are silver mint sets. And the coins that are silver in these sets are the following. The half, the dime, and the quarter. Those are 90% silver. And these are $35. The silver mint sets, silver proof mint sets, silver mint proof sets are $35. They're proof and they're silver. And I have 1998, 1993, 92, two 92s, a 93, and a 98. And those are all $35 each. Those have silver in them, of course. $35 each on those. All right. There's that. And then the other thing I have, which typically is some of the best deals on silver. I already have these marked. They're $37. And these are just the state quarters, but they're all silver. So you get 5 90% silver quarters here, all proofed, and they're all silver. Iowa, Michigan, Florida, Texas, Wisconsin. And those are $37. And those are just the state quarters from that year. So you get 5 of the quarters. I have 2004. I have 2005. This is a completely different set. You get just the silver quarters here. 7, 7, 6, and 6. So in order, 2004, 2005, 2006, and 2007. Those are silver quarters. Silver quarters. What does that break down to? There are 5 in there, right? Where's my, what have I done with my phone? It's over here. Let's see here. So 37, 740, 740, and then $7.40. So, yeah, $1.40 over melt, and they're proof. Just saying. And then Brian wants a 2004 silver quarter set. All right. That's sold to him for $37. We'll give you that one right there. So that's sold to him for $37. Thank you. All right, there's those. And then the other item, Mark Thompson wants a 2005. That's sold to Mark Thompson for $37. Mark, I think I've got some coins over here. I meant to look it up earlier. There's a couple people that are regulars that I think there's some coins here. Let me find these right quick. See if Tanner did something with those. I don't know when the last time some of this stuff's been purged, but Mark, I have a tub of coins here. I don't know, maybe since I got you on, let me check on these right quick for you and for the sake of me. I have a tub of coins here, and I don't know, let me check your invoices. I know you're good for everything, but one might have got overlooked. So let me pull up Square right quick, Mark Thompson. And then there's a couple people here, we might resell their stuff because I don't recognize their names. But Mark Thompson. Yeah, Mark, you have an invoice and you probably don't even know about it. Yep, this is it. You have an invoice that I think got overlooked from a while back, Mark. And I might just rebill you with all this stuff tonight, or I'll just resend the invoice. But it was these copper bullets, which, by the way, I'm about to show. Canadian, a couple Kennedy $50. The total is $129 plus shipping. But it got overlooked. I'll actually resend it to you right now. I'm going to hit share. Actually, how do I do this? Ed always does all this stuff. How do I do this? Send reminder. Okay. Mark, it just got resent to your invoice or your email, okay? But we've been holding that for a while, and of course, since then, you've paid, I think, one or two other invoices since that sale. So, just letting you know, that one got overlooked. It's never been paid for, and I have it here, and I just sent you the reminder. So, if you can pay that one, we'll get that stuff shipped to you. And then the other one is Mary Doberman. Let's look up Mary Doberman because I haven't said that name unless they're under a YouTube handle. Mary Doberman. And let's see if we send her a reminder. And bear with me, everybody, because if some of this stuff needs to be canceled. Mary Beth. We just never did hear back from her. She hadn't commented on our page since this sale that night. So let's just go ahead and cancel this. And let's resell her stuff. We hadn't sold to her in a long time. She hadn't commented. She viewed the invoice and she viewed the reminder. Yeah, so she's not paying for it. And Mary, if you're out there, if something happened, you probably need to let us know because I'm canceling your invoice and I'm reselling your stuff right now. So let's resell Mary's stuff. And sorry, Mary Doberman. I'm sorry if you had intentions to pay this, but it has been a long time ago. A really long time ago. So let's sell some of this stuff. The first thing is a 1988 Olympic coin set for $25. Does this have silver in it? Let's sell it for that same price. Wow. 1988 Olympic coin, $25. I think that's like a heck of a deal right now. This is like 5-month-old prices. $25 on that. What just fell out? The COA fell out. 1988 Olympic. Let's get some of this stuff resold. $25, 1980 Olympic. That should be a silver coin. Let me just look at that. Is that a silver coin? If so, that's about $10, $12 too cheap. It is. It's a 90% silver coin. See? That needs to be like $37 right now. minimum of 35. This is why you got to buy stuff from Collectibles. This stuff increases in value. That's went up $10, $12, $14 since December. And that sold to Chad for $25. That sold to Chad for $25. Oso was second. What else does she have over here? It was an $84 invoice. Here we go. We have 3 1957 silver certificates. They are $19. 3 1957 silver certificates, $19. 3 1957 $1 silver certificates, $19. All right. How much was this? A great price. $30, a 1990 New Zealand silver proof dollar. $30. $30, 1990 New Zealand proof silver dollar. Treaty of Waitangi. Treaty of Waitangi. $30 on that. $30 on that. So silver certificates. All of these go to Lillian. And all 3 of them for $19. Yeah, that's for all of them. $19 for all of them. All 3 of those sold to Lillian for $19. Lillian's going to pay us. Everybody watching tonight's great customers. All right, so the Olympic coin went to Chad. Oso was second. Danny was third. A new buyer. I don't know how to say I don't want to missay your first name. Your last name is Enriquez, right? You were third. Welcome to Collectibles, by the way, unless I just don't recognize you. And then Brandon was next on the silver certificates, then Oso, and then Mike Oppenshaw. And then Chad was first to New Zealand for 30. Chad was first to New Zealand at 30. So Chad, thank you. That's so to you for $30. And what else does she have here? She's got one more coin. Michael was second on that Zealand, then Danny, and then Mike Oppenshaw. And then here's one more, and this was a Canadian Confederation silver round for $10. I don't remember the details on this, but it's some sort of partial silver Canadian Confederation silver round, $10 on that. I commented silver certificates. Oso, you were third. You were third on those. I got you, but you were third. I may have just skipped your name totally, but you were third. And Lillian gets this for $10. That was a quick run. That was a quick run. For George. Okay. I might call you George. I see those names and I'm like, is that George or am I supposed to say it in the Spanish context? I hate butchering people's names. There's some of those I think are like Jorge. So, welcome to Collectibles. I'm a pro at butchering names. Enriquez. So, Enriquez. Welcome. Yeah, I'm a pro at boarding names, especially the foreign names. May have some, a little bit of pronunciation, tongue rolling. I'm like, okay, is this Jorge? Is this George? And then here's another, let's look up Albert Melendez here. Albert Melendez, or you're watching. You're on the clock to pay for this invoice. Let me look him up right quick. Albert Melendez. And Albert Melendez is a bad customer. His last 3 invoices got canceled, including this one. So Albert Melendez, let me make sure, let me pull up his messages. We got to make sure his last 3 got canceled. Well, sounds like he likes to buy coins, but he can't pay for them. So let's pull him up. I don't know if he might be on YouTube only. He's not on Facebook, it looks like. Albert Melendez. Yep, let's resell his stuff. Let's find the invoice so I can look up the prices. And I got to remember that name. It's from the same sale, it looks like. Okay, here we go. And there's same kind of coins, and they're all on great prices. All right. Who got the silver currency? The silver currency went to Lillian. She put 57, then Brandon, you were next, and then Oso. And then I think Mike. Okay. Jorge. Jorge. That's what I thought. Jorge. Jorge in Spanish is always Jorge. I did have to take that in college and in high school, but I wasn't very good at it. It's hard teaching a Southern boy Spanish, especially to pronounce it the right way. Okay, folks, here we have a 1986 New Zealand silver dollar, 25 bucks. And these prices are from December. I think these tubs got laid over here on our photo booth, and they got buried. I think we sent out a couple invoices, and we were going to cancel them a long time ago. This one's already been canceled, and I just hadn't sold it yet. So, just FYI. Also, I am running out of table room. I'm about to have to go set up a third table because we're nowhere near being done tonight. We're nowhere near being done tonight. I mean, we're talking hours ahead of us. Let me go grab a new table right quick. Let me figure out where to put this stuff. Here we go. All right, I got a brand new table unfolded. Let's fill it up. I wish I could pan the camera over here to show you all this other table. All full of coins, cards, silver, gold, and knives. And I'm about to start a new table. First thing over here is this. And now the second item, which let's see who was first on this. It was Greg Gentry. Then Chad, then Michael, then Danny. Greg Gentry gets this one. 1986 Royal New Zealand, $25. $25. All right. And let's do another one. This next one was, where's the year? Here we go. $25, 1984. $25, another silver proof New Zealand silver dollar coin. $25 on that. $25 on that. There's number 2. In the meantime, I'm going to be looking up these next batch of case knives that I wanted to put on sale because they didn't even have prices up front. You know, it's funny. The ones up front that hadn't sold, none of them have prices on them. No wonder. People come in the store and probably like, why doesn't this store have any of their stuff marked? And I'm like, because I never have time. Greg Gentry strikes again, $25. Greg Gentry strikes again, $25. And this guy had 3 coins. They were 25, 25, and the last one was $30. Should be $30. Albert Melendez right here, 1982, $30. New Zealand, silver proof, that one's 30. And that's the last one from this guy's order. They were 25, 25. Actually, no, they were 30. Oh, I messed up. One of those were supposed to be 30. I did them 25, 25. That one's 30. At least one of them was supposed to be 30, so we'll make that one 30. That's what the invoice says. So, there we have it. All right, that should purge all that. I have one other local that hadn't picked his stuff up, but he's good for it. He only comes in every so often. It's a massive order, and I just got to remind. He probably don't even know he has it to pick up. So there's that. And who got this one? This one goes to Chad Sauls for 30. Now every time I sell something, I've got to walk around the corner here and put it on a table. So bear with me. All right, now, here is one of my last knives. This was also on the same place where we found all this unpaid, these unpaid orders from back in January, or December actually, just those 2. They've all been resold, thanks everybody. This is one of the last Damascus knives that I have in stock from the first order. Let me clean up the bolsters a little bit, make it look a little bit prettier. So this Damascus knife was originally $219.99. It's red, orange, maple burl, smooth wood trapper. And of course, y'all know Damascus is the finest steel you can get. I mean, it's incredible looking. The best of the best, Damascus. And I've had that for a while. I think at one time it didn't get paid for, so it's been laying back here on a shelf. $220. Let's just say $220. And $139. Wow. $139. I think that should be around 40% off. $139 if anybody wants it. $139. Damascus. Wow. A little too cheap on that one, but that's okay. Let's get some of these proof sets cleared off the board. What did I have left in my box? I had, the only ones I didn't show were silver proof sets right here. And these are 65 and 85. Here's the only proof sets I didn't show. 2001 through 2004. Now, these are silver proof. So that would be the quarters. That would be the quarters and the other coins as well. So, and then 1999 is more. 1999 is $85. $85 on that. So let's take a look. And this is the last of the proof sets I have in this box before I rebox them. So here's what you're going to get if you buy one of these. You get 5 proof silver quarters. And then you get the other coins, which also includes silver, silver half, and then, of course, the regular stuff that's not silver, the nickel, the penny, and the Sacagawea. Nickel is made of zinc. The penny's made of zinc. And I'm pretty sure the Sacagawea dollar's made of zinc, too. Those aren't made of copper. Nickels are made of nickel. Nickels are made of nickel. Pennies are made of zinc. And I think the Sacagawea dollars are made of zinc. All right, so those are a little bit more pricey, but there's a lot of silver in there. And that's everything from 2001 through, I got 2001, 02, 03, and 04, and those are $65 each. Those are $65 each, okay? And then if you want 99, it's $85. 99 is $85. I'm going to go ahead and start filing some of these away back in this box. Next time I do anything with these, I'm putting them out in the store for sale. And Josh Shoulders does get the Damascus for $139. Leslie, you were second. That is so to Josh for $139. Thank you, Josh. I almost put it up for a dollar start auction, but I was afraid it wouldn't get nowhere near that much. It might have, but I was worried if I would have done that, I would have really been in some trouble. So, and then here are the silver quarters. Once again, 04, 05, 06, 07, and 07. Just the silver quarters are $37. Just the silver quarters are $37. Okay. And then the silver proof sets from the 90s here are $35. 92, 93, and 98. I got two 92s. Those are $35. These are $15, all the early 2000s here. $15 on these. 99, 2001, 2002s, 2003s, 4, 5, and 6. And those are $15. Okay. Those are just regular proofs, $15 each on those. Now, I feel like I got a lot more space to work with. Moving on. Moving on. Let me make sure there's no more orders to cancel. Let me go check our coin rack. Let me make sure. No, just one more local guy, and I need to let him know when to pick it up. I got one more local guy there, but I'll let him know. I will let him know. Okay? Okay. All righty. My favorite words. Okay, all righty. I said at 10 o'clock I was going to do a recap. Let's do that right now. That way I can really push some of this stuff back here, and I'll have kind of a clean board. So I'm going to try to show you the oldest stuff, meaning the first stuff that I showed. Maybe we can sell a bunch of it, and I'm going to kind of condense it and push it all back here. And then I'm going to bring out the last wave, the last couple hours tonight of the most newest stuff, okay? The oldest thing I think I showed was these case knives right here. We've sold a couple. There's a couple left. Mediterranean Scroll, blue. The technical name is Image XX Ivy Mediterranean Blue Bone Smooth Trapper. So it's a full-size trapper, a 2-blade, and we have 2 left. They are 75% off. They were $99.99, so those are $75. $75. I'm going to put them way back there. And then the other knife, which we've sold a couple of, these are now $89.99. Same design, a folding hunter, single blade, big knife, folding hunter, $89.99. Very nice design there. Very nice design. And we have 3 of those. They were $19.99. 25% off makes those $89.99. Now, I think the next thing I had was all the silver. So these are 40% Kennedy halves that I've got priced at melt. And just to let you know on that price, the melt price on those is 28 of them at $4.75 each. That is $133. So that's the cheapest. If you want to talk about pure intrinsic value of the silver, that's the cheapest silver I have right now. Buying all of them, $133. That's 28 of them at $4.75 a piece. Those are 40%. Those are 1965s, 66, 67, 68, and 69s. All 5 different years in that lot. Greg Gentry says he'll take a folding hunter. I'll give you this one right here that's never been opened. So now I have 2 each. Oh, I just dropped a Caribbean sodbuster. There we go. I've got 2 of those left now. Thank you, Greg. That's a blue folding hunter, $89.99. And thank you, Mark Thompson, for paying that invoice. I will tell them to go ahead and ship this. I've got it right here. I'll lay it on Ed's desk, and he will get that shipped. Okay, so now that's one silver. And here's some of the other stuff I showed. Right here is a 2016 Bigfoot preview mark. It's a Canadian maple leaf. And see, it has a preview mark, which that's a preview mark. They're doing it here in the United States now, too. I think Canada first started doing it. They did like Titanic preview marks, Bigfoot preview marks, polar bear preview marks, koala preview marks. They're just little like, instead of doing the whole coin, this is a little mark there with Bigfoot on it. And that is $124.99. $124. That's NGC Proof 69. First day of issue. That's $124.99. $124.99 on that. We have Pirates of the Caribbean, the Empress, 1-ounce silver coin. Pirates of the Caribbean. That's also Niu, 1-ounce silver. That's $49.99. Pirates of the Caribbean. Mrs. Pac-Man. Very cool here. Mrs. Pac-Man, 40th anniversary, 1-ounce silver. $39.99 on Mrs. Pac-Man. $39.99. We have 2022 1-ounce silver St. Helene cash. This is called the Cobra. That's in a TEP assayed mint holder. The Cobra is $49.99. The Cobra, $49.99. Isaac Newton, Sir Isaac Newton, 1-ounce silver. That is $39.99. $39.99 on Sir Isaac Newton. And also $39.99 on 1-ounce silver is Steve McQueen. Steve McQueen, the King of Cool. And the last Marvel coin I had was the Phantom. I still don't know what's on the back of this, so I would buy it as if it's just a Scottsdale Mint. They were in with the Archangel. So I really don't know, but either way, it's $45. It's a 1 ounce silver Scottsdale Mint. I was trying to take a peek at it and see if I could see the back, but that is $45. Steve McQueen is sold to Lily McCurry. And Mike says, I'm going to take the Panda. Let's go ahead and do it because I was about to show it next. He would have asked about it earlier. So the 2018 Chinese Silver Panda, that is sold to Greg Gentry, or excuse me, Mike Oppenshaw. Mike Oppenshaw. So let's go ahead and put this. Let's give the Steve McQueen to Lillian. Let's give Mike the Chinese Panda. I already see a couple more claims, but let me lay these right back over here. Alrighty, and now that leaves me with, it is the reverse of the arc. Okay, good. So that's probably what's on the other side. So nice pick up there, Greg. That's sold to Greg Gentry for $45, and Mrs. Pac-Man is sold to Jeff Duncan. Nice. Those are gone and gone. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that, as always. Okay. Now, that leaves us with a 2 ounce Dragon Head. This is 2 ounce. It's in an airtight as well. 999 silver, of course. That's $94.99. That's a 2 ounce Dragon Head in airtight. And then the two other graded coins I have, surprised these are still here, especially for MS70 and MS69. Australian 2017, Australian 2016, Year of the Rooster, and Year of the Monkey. And those are $45 each. $45 each. Year of the Rooster, Year of the Monkey, MS70, MS69. Those are $45 each. Next was this right here. It's another kind of pre-certified coin. Year of the Dragon. And this is from the Scottsdale Mint. It's $49.99. It's kind of like that antiqued finished. It's kind of got like a dark tone to it. Those are $49.99. It's from this thing called Certilock. You can download this app and literally kind of keep track of your coins. And these are kind of like barcoded and guaranteed. It's kind of like a pre-certified grading deal that they're doing now. $49.99 on those. $49.99 on those. Or on that, I only have one. Okay, then here's some bullion. I'm really surprised it's still left. These are all $42 each. 1 ounce silver bar with the silver eagle. 1 ounce silver bar with the silver eagle. Says it's kind of like a blank back, but it does have like a silver eagle there on the front. Also, we had Northwest Territorial Mint, Auburn, Washington. That's $42. These are all $42. This is some sort of, I don't know who made it, but it's some sort of Latin. Kind of reminds me of that coin we had the other night. Well, now a month ago. But it's a lion and a woman, a girl here, has a Latin phrase on the back. Those are pretty cool. $42 each on those. And then we have a Silvertown, which looks kind of vintage to me. Silvertown's $42. And then we have App Mex. And then we have Republic Metal. So all of the silver bars there, $42 each. Greg Gentry does want the Year of the Rooster. Let's sell that to Greg Gentry. $44.99 as stickered. Thank you, Greg Gentry. That's sold to you. All right. So there's all those. Let's put all that right there. Oh, I'll just leave them in a big pile like that. And we have knives. All right, so I've shown 2 of the on-sale knives. Let's get some of these off the table, or at least get them stacked back here. I still got these. Still got more silver too, but give me a second. So this is Caribbean Sodbuster Jr. Caribbean Sodbuster Jr. $64.99. And they were 25% off. Yeah, I was doing these for $48. So very nice dark blue Caribbean Sodbuster, $48. And I have 2 of those left. Caribbean Sodbuster, $48 on those. And there's one Trapper. Wait a second. No, we'll do those for 46 and the Trapper for 48. Yep. So 46 and 48. Sodbuster Jr. 46, Trapper 48. The Trapper was $2 more originally anyway. So 46 and 48 on those. Dark Caribbean blue. Now probably the knives we've sold the most of tonight are the candy corn. We've sold a bunch of them. Here's the cheapest one I have. A popular pattern. A tiny Trapper. A tiny Trapper candy corn, excuse me. I keep wanting to say Capricorn. Tiny Trapper. $42. I've got 3 left. Bob Riger takes the full-size Caribbean Trapper back here. Let's sell that to Mr. Bob Riger for $48. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the sold table. Appreciate that. Tiny Trappers, $42. Candy corn. I've got 3 left. I feel like I had 6 or 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 earlier. The other candy corn was the Stockman, and these were $52. That's a 3-blade. Once again, same thing, candy corn. 3-blade, $52. Very nice. Candy corn. You can't eat it, though. You can't eat it. Please don't eat it. And the Butterbean back here was, oh man, I should have wrote down some of these prices. The Butterbean, I have forgot. We'll say, I think it was $48. We'll do $48 on the Butterbeans. $48 on the Butterbeans. I don't know what they were earlier. I have no idea. This is also why if I say one price later, it could be different. It could be more or less later in the show. I'm going to say $48 on that. Josh does want a tiny Trapper, and that's $42. And how many 1-ounce bars are left? Oh, so there's a total of 2. There's 4. There's 6. There's 8. And there's 10. There's 10. There's 10 left. Okay. Let's count those one more time. Josh got the last item, Josh Shoulders. The tiny Trapper for $42. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, there's 10. Oh, so that would be $420. Regina says she'll take $52. That's the Stockman back here. Yep, that's the Stockman. So let's give Regina a Stockman. Thank you, Regina. So Regina, the candy corn Stockman for $52. $440 each if you're buying all. Let's see. What did I sell? What is... Let me do one thing here. I need to check this. 40. They have kind of been picked. I'll go ahead and do that. Yep, I'll go ahead and do that. All right, so let's sell these to Oso for $400. The remaining 10 there, $40 each, silver bars. Thank you, Oso. Nice bundle deal there. Saved an Andrew Jackson. Thank you. Plus, Oso, and I need to get more of y'all retro this way, unless you come to the store and pay in cash. Cash helps us out one way. It has nothing to do with taxes. Cash helps us out so we don't have to pay a credit card fee. So if we do ask you, Oso pays with an ACH bank transfer, which is a lot less fee. So he pays basically a bank wire, which is an option through Square. So, and it's very easy. I know some of y'all probably may be paying with credit cards or you prefer just using your debit. But if you can register ACH, sometimes when we're making big deals, if you remind me of that, I'm more likely to go ahead and take your offer or maybe counter for less. Because anytime I'm selling something in a $1,000 sale, I pretty much anticipate I'm going to lose 3.5%, which is the truth. If we send y'all an invoice and y'all key in your card, which all of y'all do, or you call us, and we do have a few people that call us and we key in their card occasionally. We don't really like doing that, but we do for a couple people that don't like actually keying it in on the internet. That cost us 3.5%, which, you know, that really can add up on a $1,000 transaction. That's $35. And if I do 100 of those this year, that's $3,500. If I do 1,000 of them this year, that's $35,000. So, you know, by the end of the year, sometimes we're up like 6 figures in credit card fees. And if everybody just paid bank transfer or could pay cash, which I know most of y'all can't because you're out of state, you're not going to be coming here, but we would make, it just helps us. All that money goes right into our pocket. So it just makes us more money. Okay, next thing we have is gold. Oh, actually, I didn't show these. I got 1 ounce Libertads. If you're just joining us right now, we're doing a recap of everything from the first part of the show, which, as you see, was pretty incredible because a lot of it just sold, and we still got some stuff left. I'm hoping I can strike deals. I got 1 ounce Libertads, Mexico. This is the official bullion of Mexico. These are $50 on the button, $50. They're in airtights, and they are 2024s, and they're $50. And then these are $55. This is a vintage advertising coin, Lundberg Rice, and these are $55. Lundberg Rice. Those are a vintage advertising coin, $55 on those. Okay, and then Candy Corn Trapper, the mini trapper back here for $42 to Derek Jones. Thank you, Derek Jones. And I have 1 left of those. He gets the mini candy corn for $42. Thank you. And this isn't a recap to wrap up the show. This is a recap to help me clear off the table. And what was next? Cash App. Well, the problem with that is we can't verify. Ed would have to keep track if you've actually paid for your invoice or not, and we'd have to like start billing you through Cash App. I mean, I guess you could send it to us and then let us know, and then Ed could mark your invoice paid. I just have to get him access to our Cash App, which I guess I just use my some of that stuff like Venmo, I still use my personal one, which I really need to change because it's tied to like me personally, and I need to have it set up under our LLC. So I have to, anytime anybody's ever paid me through Venmo, like reimbursing me for something, or I've had to like transfer it back over, or me write a check back to the store, it gets really complicated. But if I can get one set up for the store, I can do that. Mike Torrey says he'll take the Pirates of the Caribbean coin. Thank you, Mike Torrey. That's so to you, as stickered. All right. Now, the gold. Did I show the gold or was I talking? The gold is 1/2 gram, NASCAR and Coca-Cola. NASCAR and Coca-Cola. And those are $15, $115. That's a big difference, right? $115. And I am negotiable on those if anybody wants to buy more than one, or maybe all 4 of them. But that's the smallest gold I still have left. The biggest gold I have left is right here. This is 700, and like I said all night, that's a price. This is a price from a previous sale like a month ago. It's a 2002 Olympic Games commemorative coin set, and you get a gold coin, 90%, which is 8.359 grams. It's about the same size as like a 10th ounce gold eagle. And no, it's more like a half-ounce gold eagle. Excuse me. Big difference. More like a half-ounce gold eagle. 8.359. So 8.359. So give me 1 second. So 8.359 grams to troy ounces. Let's do a straight conversion. That is 0.275 troy ounces, if that helps you out. So that is 0.275 troy ounces. 0.275 troy ounces gold with the Salt Lake City silver dollar as well. And that's 700. And I think if you check comps on that, you'll see that's very close. Okay, that's 700. That's probably the most priciest item we have available still for tonight. The other knife was a big discount. This was originally $100. A jumbo trapper. I said I would do these for $65. This is a black Marcarta. Smooth large Stockman, $65. $65. Micarta, kind of like, I think it's more like a carbon fiber based handle. That's where most of the prices of that's coming from. Plus, it's a full size jumbo trapper. That's $65. And I've got two of those. And Greg says he'll take one at $65. I mean, great price. That was $100 new retail. So there's one to Greg for $65. Leslie, I'll do that as soon as I come back. 1 second. All right, Leslie also takes a jumbo. So those are both gone. Thank you. 65 and 65. All righty. Greg Gentry says he'll take another folding hunter and a sodbuster. Okay. So folding hunters, Greg Gentry, $89.99. And then sodbuster, $46. And then Leslie, I promise I'm going to show you those two knives as soon as I tag these for Greg Gentry. So another folding hunter, $89.99, and a sod. First one of the night sold, $46. There's one sodbuster left for $46. Okay. Now, Baby Bean and Tiny Trapper. Lengthwise, they're probably pretty close. On the bottom is the butter bean, and up top is the Tiny Trapper. There's one Tiny Trapper left, $42, and the butter beans, oh my gosh, this is the hardest price. I think I said $48. I keep forgetting how much I've marked those for. Okay, other bullion. There's only two 2005 Silver Eagles left. $43 and $43. Only two 2025 American Silver Eagles left. And those are 43 and 43. We had about 9 or 7 earlier. Those are still available. Also, let's read the remaining mint sets. The remaining mint sets are $12 each. Here's the years. 2000, 2002, 1993, 2001, 1999. Also 1990, 1989, 2002. So I've got another 2002 right then. Yeah. 80, 98, and 97. So that was pretty confusing. Let me try that again. 1990, 1989, 1998, 1997, 2000, 2002, 93, 2001, 1999. That's what's left in the mint sets. Those envelopes are $12 each. J.E. Hennessy gets a 2025 Silver Eagle, and Lillian wanted both, but Lillian, I can only give you one. So those are sold and sold. Those are both gone. Now, I do have more Eagles, but they're a different year. And then my first thing I'm about to show after this recap's done, I know we've been recapping for a while, but there was just a lot of stuff tonight I've already shown. I've got proof Silver Eagles. They're quite a bit more, but people tend to like those. Here's the only other Silver Eagles that I know of that I have, which are these 2021 American Silver Eagles 2021s. Brand new. I think we sold one out of there. There should be 19 left. $43. American Silver Eagles. One of the most beautiful coins ever made. That's what I have, and there's the roll they were in. There's the roll they were in, okay? We did sell a mint. We have a 2000 mint set being sold for $12 to Mike Oppenshaw. Thank you, Mike. Let's put that right over here. Okay. And then I believe earlier we did Buffaloes for $41. 1 ounce proof, brand new silver Buffaloes, Indian head Buffaloes, 999 silver, $41. That was the price earlier on those. So Eagles, Buffaloes, and that's my remaining bullion right there. Now, the rest of this table is stuff I hadn't got into. And everything's been shown a second time now. So now, unless somebody asks for something back there in the back, or asks for a bundle deal, or asks for a price, the rest of the show will be more new stuff. Okay? First, I'm going to start with this stack right here. And these are all, let's see here. Let's get a price. Let's count them. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. 5, 10, 15. $17. 17 Kennedy halves. All being sold together. 17. You got 1976, which is bicentennial. 71. 74. 71. 76 bicentennial, 72 bicentennial, 76, 71, 76, 71, 74, 79, 76, 73, 77, 73, and 77. 17 for 17. 17 for 17. Buffalo sold and Buffalo sold. Lillian got a Buffalo, Chad Saul's got a Buffalo, and Mike Oppenshaw wants a Buffalo. 41, 41, 41. Those are all sold. Thank you. They're gone. Okay. Phone. Quarter, so 6. That needs to be 8, 10. $10. $10, 1958 silver Washington quarter, a 1907 Indian head penny, and a 1908 V or Liberty nickel. Those 3 coins for $10. Silver Washington quarter, 1907 Indian head penny, and a 1908 V or Liberty head nickel. I call them V nickels. Those 3 coins, $10. Lillian gets the 17 halves for $17. Thank you, Lillian. Those are so to you. That's going to start row number 2 on the second table G. Row number 2 on the second table. Brandon Johnson, Lillian, Chad, I'm out for the night on the A6 when you can. Make a deal, sign. And then 10, 10, 10. And we have Lillian on those. She was first. Those sold to Lillian for $10. Okay? Those sold to Lillian for $10. We're moving right along. These next case knives I don't have priced. And here is another opportunity for Kennedy halves. This is how I've got them. They're supposed to be people like buying these because I'm assuming they've been searched. It says 71 and later. That's a roll of bicentennials, or the front one's bicentennial. It says 71 and later Kennedy halves. So these will be $140. So that should be $140. That should be 140 halves. Yeah, $140. That should be 140 halves in those rolls. And this bag, and I'm pretty sure they were pre-sorted, it says 71 and later. So just FYI. They're all rolled up like that. They're all definitely $50. That's the way I've had them in this bag for like a year and a half. So same thing like Lillian just bought, but just a much bigger quantity. 140 for those. Okay. Where's Oso at? He buys those gigantic lots of $50. Okay, the only sports cards I've shown tonight was Philip, who just left the chat. He bought a big lot of 86 Fleer stuff. And the only 86 Fleer stuff I still have up here, the only 86 stuff I still have up here is as follows. This is the Michael Jordan rookie, which I've had for a while, but I'm in no hurry to sell it. $3,000. 86 Fleer Kevin McHale, PSA 8, that's $39.99. 1986 Fleer Julius Erving, Near Mint 8 PSA, that's $69.99 for Dr. J. The checklist, 86-87 Fleer checklist, that is $29.99. That's SGC 7. And then we have the stickers from the 86 Fleer set. Dr. J again, Dominic Wilkins, Isaiah Thomas, Adrian Dantley, and Alex English. And those are 40, 109, 15, 15, and 20. Now, I've actually got some other cards tonight that were marked for tonight's show that I hadn't even got to yet. There's that. Now, Tracy, the only thing is I don't know if that whole roll is bicentennial. I really didn't want to break any rolls up because I really don't know if those are actually all truly bicentennial in that roll. They might just be rolled up where somebody were just sorting silver from non-silver. That might be what they were doing. They might have just been sorting silver from non-silver. Okay. And then here is going to be my next Caribbean blue. So I do have another Caribbean Trapper like I just sold Bob Roger. And here's some other greens that I'm about to get to, okay? So I got more case knives. I have no idea on the price of these because it's a relatively new pattern. Okay, I'll show those back there. We sold a bunch of these last week. Those are the new Morgan silver dollars, the 2021s. Like, for example, I'll go ahead and show this one right now. I've got the 2021 Morgan, San Francisco, $135. Okay. Buddy Johnsey says he'll take the 140 halves. 140 halves are sold to Buddy Johnsey for $140. Now, Phil Nordstrom, are you asking, do I have any silver halves? If so, we've already sold them tonight. If you were asking if those were silver, that was 140 halves at 140. Those are just regular. We were selling the other halves tonight for $12 each. I wish those were all silver. That would have been what, $1,600 worth? But Buddy got those. There's one of the new silver dollars. Do I have any more priced? Yeah, here's the 2024 piece. I'll show the ones I have priced. The other ones I think I had bundled in a set. But there's a brand new 2024 piece dollar. That's $85. Very nice. Box and paperwork. So that's $85. The Morgan there is $135. Is any more of these stickered? Yep. $65. They're going down. Just $65 for the 2023. And I think that's the same price for all of them. Yep. So yeah, all these are $65. I've got 2023 piece dollars and 2023 Morgans. Those are just $65. Let me make sure. Yep, 65. That makes all these 65. And those were piece, and Morgan. So the only thing that's really a difference in price is the 2021, which might have been the first year they were doing that. And that's $135. The 24 piece is $85. And then all these other ones are $65. Which, if you want to see what a brand new 2023 Philadelphia Morgan silver dollar looks like, it looks like this right here. Very nice. Looks like it was made in 1888. So there's those. I'm going to push those back there. In case somebody sees those, I can say, well, I have others too. Let's move these stands right over there. Okay. Still got those. Let's get over here to something else. Here's something I have not shown tonight. These are $80. I'm pulling them out for the first time. These are $80. Let's take a look at them here. I know y'all love some animals. Are they all the same? They are. This is a 2-ounce new 2024 Australian. There's Prince Charles, or King Charles, my bad. Sorry, Prince, King. King Charles III, new coin, 2-ounce silver. And this is the emu, the Australian emu, and its babies. And those are $80. They're 2-ounce silver. 2-ounce. They're a 2-ounce coin. Australian emu and its babies. 2-ounce. 2 ounces of silver. Those are $80 each. I have 5 of them. Pretty cool there. There they are. And I have 5 of them. 2024 Australian emu mother and babies. $80 a piece on those. All right. Where's the people that always buy the animal coins? I got them. They're usually on here somewhere lurking. All right, there's that. I got to look up these here. Lillian wants a 2024 Morgan. Did you mean 2023? The 65. I got Philadelphia or they're different mint marks. I got Philadelphia and San Francisco. Okay. I got these little small fractional silver pieces. I got to figure out what to mark them for. Yeah, I think they're $5. I can sell them for $5. The piece, yeah, I got a 2024 piece for $85. Yep. So this is probably the smallest fractional silver I've ever seen, and we sold a bunch of them the first time. They got wrapped back up in bubble wrap, and I almost forgot about them. These are $5 a pop. You can just hand these out to friends at work, or your nephews, or your grandchildren. Wherever you feel comfortable handing out random pieces of silver to people. These are American Grain and Company, 1 grain, 999 silver bars. They're on these little cards. They're $5 a piece. And it says, Public Law 93-373, to permit United States citizens to purchase, hold, sell, or otherwise deal with gold and silver in the United States or abroad. Thank you. I'm glad that's public law. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this sale right now. I don't know if you can do that in China or not, but we are doing it right here in the United States of America. So it's called American Grain Company. They have that public law about buying and selling silver. And those are literally 1 grain, and they're $5. And I've got a bunch of them. I have like bags full of them. And if someone did want a bundle deal on a bunch, let me know. If you want one, that's fine too. But like, here's a whole bag of them. There's a whole bag of them. There's another bag, another bag, another bag, and another bag. So obviously I got a bunch of them. So Lillian wants the 2024 Peace Dollar for $85. And Mike Oppenshaw wants the 2023 Philadelphia for $65. Thank y'all, and thank y'all. I got more stuff like this coming up. More stuff like this coming up. There's the American Grain Company bars. I'm going to put the baggies back there. And there's those. Put the Morgans together right there. There we go. Okay, and next thing, do I have any more of those? I got baggies for them. There's these rifles. I need to show those. Those were really popular the last time. Hadn't brought them out since then. And this is marked. It's a very collectible silver bar. It carries a high premium, but I've sold them, and I've sold the 1 ounce. But if you're familiar with Star Wars, The Mandalorian, this is a 10-ounce bar, and that's my price. I've had it marked for a while at that, so I hadn't adjusted it, even with recent increases in prices. It's a 10-ounce Beskar bar. It's obviously made of silver. 99.9% silver, but it carries a high premium because it's Star Wars related. It looks like the Beskar bars from The Mandalorian. That's $595. I only have one of those. $595 on the Mandalorian bar. $595. And I have another piece of gold that hadn't sold tonight, and I hadn't changed the price on this since the last time we had a sale, which it should definitely have an increase. $125. And that's for this St. George. This is St. George from Niu. It's a half-gram gold coin. Same thing as like the NASCAR and the Coca-Cola. This is on an assayed card. It's St. George. It's in an airtight capsule. And these are $125. There's some more gold for you. There's some more gold for you. Let's put that back there on top of the other gold. The Salt Lake City gold. $125. Should be a great deal on that. Let's see what I was selling these copper bullets for. $6 each, yeah. So I've been selling these because I just seen some in Mark Thompson's invoice that we dug up. And he bought 6 of them that night at $6 a piece. And here's some more. And please, if you buy these, just put copper, because I think if you put bullet or anything like that on Facebook, it will censor you. Plus, it might flag your comments. Just for disclosure, we are not selling live ammunition right now. These are just 1 ounce pure copper. They're shaped like whatever caliber that is. I would hate to get struck with it. I just know that. That would hurt. You would be definitely going to the hospital. $6 each. Those are 1 ounce copper rounds. And I have a whole tray right here of them. 1 ounce copper rounds. Those are $6 each. I got a whole tray of them. Whole tray of them there. $6 each on those. Please be marked. Are these marked? These aren't marked. Have I even shown these yet? Nope. I'll get to those. So there's my 3 rifles I've got to show. I'll get prices on that. I don't have a price on that. And here's this. And here's this. Okay, these are really cool sets here. These are $150. 2012 United States Mint limited edition silver proof set. You may have not seen a proof set like this before. $150. It's got quite the packaging and quite the series. So this is everything silver from that year, including the Silver Eagle. And I kind of like it. They're starting to tone a little bit. They're starting to tone a little bit. So this is called a limited edition silver proof set. You get the 5 silver quarters, the silver half, the dime, and the Silver Eagle. And those are $150. $150. I have two 2012s. And this is the first time I've had these, except for the last time we sold some. Comes with paperwork, flip box. Let's see, lid. It goes in there like that. The lid goes on it, and then there's the outside lid. Those are $150. Okay. I'll put that right there. That's $150. I have 2 of them. I have 2 of them. Moving on. Anybody still with me? Anybody willing to say, hi, Chad, how are you tonight? Just to make sure y'all are still alive out there. I'm going to be like James Hetfield in between songs at the Metallica concert. Nashville, are you still alive? Give me fuel, give me fire. I'm doing fine. Thank you, Tracy and Michael and Mike. All right. So let's comp some proofs. And I think when I'm comping them tonight, I might actually mark them for once. Because the other night, I was comping off JM. And JM it depends on how many they have in stock. I think they use an algorithm. So sometimes if they're low on stock, just like anywhere else, the price could greatly increase. I'm going to try to comp some of these off eBay right quick. And I'm going to get y'all the fairest price on some proof Silver Eagles. And these are always popular. So what's your next show? I'll be live. Personally, myself, tonight starts a 21-day streak of live streams hosted by me. I'm going to be live for the next 21 days. And here's the schedule. Tonight's coins and knives and a few sports cards. I'm going to be doing records and vinyl, maybe mixed in with posters and autographs, but not many. Mostly just straight vinyl and records. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then we're going to have a toy, comic, collectibles, and miscellaneous show a week from tonight. I'll be here hosting that. And then I'm going to do records again that next week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then the next coin show should be, then that Sunday, so 2 weeks from tonight, I should have, 2 weeks from tonight, I should have, I'm going to try to do nothing but posters and autographs. Just nothing but posters and autographs if I can. It's going to take me 2 weeks to get them all photographed, prepped, researched. And then I'll be doing 6 straight record sales. And then another coin sale. And I think that's 21 days. I think that's 21 days. So I'm here live 8 hours a night for the next 21 days straight. And that should take me up till AC/DC. And then AC/DC is at the end of this month. So actually, somewhere in between that, I may have a day off and do AC/DC. But I'm basically working. I'll be here every day, all day for the next 21 days. And then whenever AC/DC. When is AC/DC Nashville? I think it's at the very end of this month. So it may not be 21 days straight, but I pretty much have the rest of the month planned out. I am booked solid. I've already told family, friends, and everybody here at Collectco, I have nothing. I don't have any time to do anything else this month except sell. So there's that. Okay, let's jump over here and let's start looking up some of these American Silver Eagles. Add a pack of inner sleeves. Now, this is a very bad time to be doing that mystery machine because this sale isn't going to be watched until like Tuesday, and they may have already keyed in. You might want to go ahead and send Ed an email, or I'll try to make a note right quick because they're not going to be watching this until like Tuesday, and invoices for records go out tomorrow. Now, if you're talking about for a new record invoice, I can start one for you tomorrow. And by the way, all this is billed and invoiced separately, just so everybody knows, okay? All this is billed and invoiced separately. So if you buy something tonight, it will be a completely different invoice that will be sent out later this week, all right? Right now are coins, and this is all going to be a completely different deal. So the first Silver Eagle I have for you is right here. And this is going to be $59. A 2015 American Silver Eagle proof, $59. So already a beautiful coin, proofed with box and paperwork. Box and paperwork, $59. But Mystery Machine, what I can do is let me write that down, and I'll just leave it on Ed's desk because I have to pull a flip video tonight. And when he comes in, he's going to have stuff to key in. Mystery Machine. That's YouTube. I have messed all that up. I'm very bad at writing. Mystery Machine. I usually just tell everybody what to write down for me. Usually I'm like, somebody grab a sticky note and write down whatever I'm saying so I don't forget. Mystery Machine. YouTube inner sleeves. All right, you got it. And that's a pack of 50, $26.99. All right, I'll leave that on Ed's desk. All right. So I'm comping these sold Silver Eagles right off eBay. And you're going to get literally the best price. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Boy, I wish YouTube had an instant message system. If you could DM people on YouTube, oh my gosh, our business would be transformed. Every social media app has a messaging system except YouTube. Man, that would be a game changer if y'all could message us on YouTube. Gosh. All right, so Robert Tomic gets this 2005 for $59. Thank you. 3 each for the little silver packs. Whew, are you buying all of them, or is that just for some of them? All right, let's do another one. And if I see some of these are similar, we'll stick with those same prices, but some of them may jump around and be higher, so I'm going to try to comp whichever ones I can. Mr. Machine, I hope you heard that before he got off. So right here is a 2010 active for $65 plus $5 shipping. So let's do $59 on that one. I'm looking at one right now that's $65 plus $5 shipping. How about we do another one for $59? Wow. Look at that. Beautiful coin. 2010. 2010. Let me get my little sticky notes so we can start writing down some of these prices in case somebody passes and I can show them elsewhere. And I said 59 on that. 59 on that. Okay. 2010. Three. I can't do three. Let me see if I have my chat still pulled up with him. How much I paid for these. Okay, if you're willing to buy 20, I'll do them for $350. If you do buy 20, I'll do them for $350. So that would be, I'll count out 20 and that would be $70. Okay, let's check on this year. So 2010, 59. Let's do this one. Box and paperwork. Man, why is this one more? I don't know. Some of these get very confusing. I'll do this one for $59. 2019, $59. $59. 2019. Let's take a look at it. Same thing. All these have box and paperwork. Beautiful. $59. Okay. There's that. And so let's get Joe Denning, 20 American grain companies for $70, $3.50 each. Does anybody else want that deal? And if you missed it earlier, it's these little packets here of 1 grain silver bars. And these baggies should hold 20, but let me count them in case I accidentally pulled one out later or earlier from a previous night. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. There's 25 in a pack. Okay, so we'll put 20. There's not really a pack. They're just baggied like that. So there's 20 for Joe Denning. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20, I'm going to put them back in a baggie, and those sold to him for $70. Also, Robert Tomic wants the 2019 for $59. Thank you, Robert Tomic. 2019 American Silver Eagle, abbreviated ASE. All right. And thank you, Joe Denning, and thank you, Robert Tomic. Let's move on to the next year I have. So there's more grains if anybody decides they want those. And let's take a look at this one. And this one should be very similar, but it's a slightly older year. Slightly older year. Let's check it. Sold. Same price, $59. $59. 2004 American Silver Eagle. 2004 American Silver Eagle. $59. Boom. There it is. These lids go that way. They changed it up a little bit there. All right. I have more stuff like that. Nobody wants a copper boom pew pew, even at a bundle discount. I think these are all pretty similar, honestly. So, make sure there's just no 90s in here. I know some of those can get More. Yeah, let's just do that. It's going to save me a lot of time. All right, so $59. Here's the years. All proof silver American Eagles. 2016, 2008, 2018, 2003, 2006, and 2013. And in order, I've got 03, 04, 06, 08, 10, 13, 16, and 18. All American Silver Eagle proofs, $59 each. $59 each. And a 2019, which we just sold one. Let me make sure I laid that on the table then. I must have two. I do have two. Okay, so I do have two 2019s. So there's another 2019. Robert might even want another one. Proof American Silver Eagles. Let's look at a 2006 right quick. Actually, let's look at a 2010 for Chad Sauls. And that way, if anybody else is curious what's being shown, it's these beautiful American Silver Eagles. Those are officially government minted. These are minted by law. There literally has to be an act of Congress to say to make these. I think almost every year. Chad gets those for gets that one for $59. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, there's, for coins to be minted, it's literally a act of Congress. Aries EMS, Paul Brothers, on 2008. Thank you, Paul. That's so to you. $59. That might be my craziest selling point. That might be my craziest selling point ever, is saying that these literally require an act of Congress, which they do. They do. I got quite a bit there. Let's see if I have any more years. I'm working out a huge box of boxed stuff like this, all kinds of stuff in here. There's 2 tubs full of it. I still hadn't got through them all. All right, here's a couple random. Here's a collectible coin I forgot about. Popeye and olive oil. Really cool. This is a die-cut, encapsulated 1-ounce silver colorized coin of Popeye the Sailor Man, and olive oil. And those are numbered to 250, and they are $95. And the specs on those are 1-ounce Samoa, silver colorized, and those are $95. Here's the COA, and they are numbered to 250, 2024 Samoa. Popeye is $95. I have 2 of those. I have 2 Popeyes there. 2 Popeyes. And let me check, since these are a little bit more modern, let me check price on these and make sure I can do these from that same price we have been doing. That's what I thought, but let me double check on sold prices. I'm looking for box and paperwork. Box and paperwork, please. Box and paperwork. There we go. So 2021 Type 2. Let me make sure this is a Type 2. That's when they changed them over. Is this a Type 2? It is. All right, this one sold for $70 plus 6 ship. And is there another one just in box and paperwork? There's one in box paperwork, also $76, okay? So let's do these. If they're selling for $76 shipped, let's do them for $69. 2021 American Silver Eagle. We'll do that for $69. 2021, and it's in a little bit different box. There's the COA, there's that, and there's the outer sleeve. It's in a black box. That one's $10 more, 2021. I'm going to mark that 69. All right. I'm going to move that one right there. And let's check these other 2 years. I got 3 more left in this stack and 2 different years. So let's do the one I have 2 of first. 2022 is coming up next. Filter, sold. Okay, we can do it for $59. For some reason, 21 is a little bit more. 2022 is $59. So there's 2022 proof. It's $59. American Silver Eagle proof. It's $59. 2022. And let me check this last year I have before I get into even more. And this one is, we'll do it for $59 too, which is a 2023. 2023. All right, so there's that. There's that. Boom, boom, boom. Free COVID. Yep. That's probably why it's cost more. They probably made less. Anything 2020, 2021, it always seems like anything with that year on it is slightly more. Probably not as many people working at the mint that year. Probably not as many coins being made. Mike Oppenshaw wants a 2023. That's sold to Mike for $59. Thank you. I think some of y'all were probably, a lot of y'all were watching my live streams back then, and it just seemed like anything we could get in, any kind of vinyl, any kind of coins, it was like, boom, and they're gone. It was just like an insane turnaround. We were just waiting, constantly waiting for more stuff to be delivered. Because everything was such low production. Everything is like, man, when is the next whatever going to show up? All right, let's pry some more knives out. Just a few here, and then I'm going to get back. I got some silver presidential medals, which are pretty cool. And these are the only knives I hadn't priced out. I'm going to try to find them from Case. Yeah, so these are $65. These are $65. A color I don't get as often from Case. This is lime green bone, barnboard bone jig. And those are $65. I think the MSRP on those are like $76, maybe $72. MSRP from Case. $65. Barnwood lime green. $65. Twilight Zone. I know. What a bizarre time, right? What a strange... It feels like forever ago, too, doesn't it? Just, it feels like it's years ago. Years ago. But, it was. It's 5 years ago. 4 years ago. But it feels like so much longer. And our business was growing at such a crazy rate, and I was basically going nonstop. It all flew by to me because we were already built for an online operation. And then everybody's like, man, how is COVID affecting you? I was like, we're booming. COVID it's the best thing that's ever happened to Collectco. We were absolutely, it was like full throttle ahead because everybody was locked in and we were live streaming every night, selling stuff. That's why I live stream at night. Everybody's at home. That's why I live stream when there's storms and snow. Everybody's trapped at home. I try to, if there's like, if I know there's a snowstorm coming across the Midwest or Southeast, I'm like, all right. Of course, I'm live anyways, but I usually see an uptick in sales. Everybody's trapped at home. They're like, well, nothing to do but watch Chad and buy coins and records. All right, let's get my spreadsheet open for these. These are pretty cool. We sold a ton of these the other night. And for those that are relatively new here, yes, we've been doing this. We've been doing this since 2019. So for those that's relatively new, I've been here almost every night since 2019. So if you didn't know that, we've been doing this for a while. This is a 1989 New Zealand proof silver dollar. $45. 1989 New Zealand proof silver dollar. Auckland, New Zealand. $45. $45. I do slightly take credit for being one of the first people that was live stream selling on Facebook. I was one of the first, and then I started seeing other people doing it. This is a really cool coin here, $275. It is a Marvel 2024 Naiu $2 Venom Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo Venom, and this is $275. It's a limited edition of 99, and it's in a custom NGC comic book sleeve or holder with a black back to match Venom there. Really cool coin, $275. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It comes in this case, $275 on that. Here is another knife for $65. Here's another knife for $65. And it's one of the new vault patterns. The lime green barnboard trapper. Lime green barnboard trapper. $65 on that one. Excuse me, razor knife. Razor, not trapper. I just showed the trapper. Razor knife. Jig razor. So they call it a one-arm bandit or a razor knife. One-arm bandit or a razor knife. It literally has this little hook. I've seen people like hook it on their belt buckle or on their belt loop, and you can open it with one hand. You can kind of put it, like if you have denim jeans or like work pants, if you're one-armed, you can open this. If you can get a little something to grab that hook with, you can pop that sucker open. That's why they call it a one-arm bandit. And it also is literally, it looks like a razor, like a straight razor. Kind of has like a straight razor finish there. That's my only one left. When we shown those the first night, they all flew out of the box. And I think I was left with one. And it's one of those nights I was like, oh man, one left. Somebody please buy it. There's only one left. Somebody please buy it. And I never could even get anybody bought in. So I'm going to beg again, because once again, that's my last one. And I don't know. We'll do this one for $65 too, because it's my last lime green trapper. Or I mean Stockman. Sorry, I'm getting my names mixed up. Lime green Stockman. 3-blade Stockman there. It's $65. Okay? So trapper, one-arm bandit or razor, and Stockman left in lime green. You see them right back there in the top right. And then we sold one of these earlier to Mr. Bob Reiger. There's one left. There's one left here for they were $69.99, $48. $48 on this. We've already sold one tonight. Caribbean Blue Trapper. $48 on that Caribbean Blue Trapper. Beautiful. Look how pretty. And that's on sale. They were $69.99. $69.99. Does anybody want to make an offer on the New Zealand coin? I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. I'll leave it right there so I can put that. My table's getting full again. My table's getting full again. I was going to try to make it to midnight. I'm almost done showing a box. I'm trying to find some high-end stuff. This time of night, I'm trying to find the more high-end stuff that maybe just a couple people might be interested in to try to get some of it sold. Charlie DeFrank wants a trapper. I'll give you one that hadn't been opened there. That's sold to Charlie DeFrank for $48. I'm assuming the blue one. The blue one there. I got you down for one. Now, I just brought up, I was trying to refine the price. Honestly, I don't know where my spreadsheet is, but I will go ahead and mark them. And this was... let me check one right quick. I have a pretty good idea. Let's see here. These are silver. Okay. 45. Yeah, they're... Man, that's a lot more. That one's 50. Let me see what I have here. All right, so there's that. There's that. All right, so... Oh, man. 1 second. I wanted to make this easy. Let me make sure this isn't an outlier. This one's an outlier, I think. I grabbed. Let me try. Oh, they're all kind of pricey. Yeah, that's what we were selling them for the last time. They're $55. And I think I did that across the board. Like, I've checked a couple here that's like 70 and 72, because I think there's some tougher to get presidents like Franklin Pierce. So these are 1 ounce silver. They're called the Presidential Silver Medals Program. And they're of each president. So, for example, here's Franklin Pierce. Here's what the coin looks like. They all have a unique design with something significant that president did with their bust, and they're $55. They're $9.99 silver, and they're 1 troy ounce. So they're pure silver troy ounce. So the same, it's a 1 ounce bullion piece, but they're kind of a limited edition run here of presidential medals. So I can read off presidents. We've got last name here, like Pierce. I do have a few gold coins left, yes. We have Pierce, John Quincy Adams, James Buchanan, Hayes, Rutherford, Tyler, Martin Van Buren, the 8th, Harrison, Arthur, Chester. Those are all $55. And Monroe, Andrew Johnson, Garfield, John Adams, Taylor, and Fillmore. Now, as you can probably see, the rock star presidents have got gone. Kennedy, Lincoln, Roosevelt, Washington, Jefferson. The rock stars are all gone. But it looks like if you're collecting these, some of these more deeper cut presidents, like Millard Fillmore, is still available. Taylor. So let's read through those again. We got Fillmore, Taylor, which Mike Oppenshaw wants for $55. Let's take a look at Taylor. Peace and Friendship, Zachary Taylor. Let's go ahead and tag that to Mike for $55. So what did I just show there? Fillmore, John Adams, that's a good one. Arthur, Harrison, Van Buren, Garfield, Tyler, A. Johnson, Rutherford Hayes, Buchanan, Monroe, J. Adams, and Pierce. And if someone's interested in a bundle deal, that would be a heck of a bundle, but we could consider something. If not, I probably need to start getting those things listed online ASAP, because I got a bunch of them, and I've probably got quite a bit of money tied up in that I don't even realize. There's no telling what I paid for those to somebody. I've had them for a little bit. I have whole tubs over here of nothing but sets, like proof sets, mint sets. Let me grab a handful and I have 2 tubs. That's what I'm working out of right now. And there's just so much different stuff in here. So this guy bought stuff direct from the mint. And here's what I'm referring to. I have tubs full of sets like this. So we have 2016 America the Beautiful Quarters, 2017 America the Beautiful Quarters, 2018 America the Beautiful Quarters, 2019, 2020, and 2020. So these are America the Beautiful quarter silver sets. So these are all silver, and I don't have prices, but I can. And then here's just like 2013 United States America the Beautiful quarter, not silver. So there's just like the regular strikes. But for example, probably a popular set here, 2020 America the Beautiful. It's going to look like this. Now, America the Beautiful was the set they've been doing since they've done all the state quarters, which has all kinds of different designs. And give me a second. These will probably be the same price across the board, or to save me a lot of time, I'm probably going to do that anyway. So let me just look up 2020, because if there is a bizarre outlier in year, it probably will be that one. And let's see what I can come up with. 2020 quarter-proof set silver. There's where someone has a whole set. Sold. What does it look like on the front? It has that on the front. Okay. So I can do them for $45. $45. Here's where one sold for $48.54 plus shipping within the last week. Here's where one sold for $49 plus $8 shipping. So $45. And that will be on this America the Beautiful silver quarter set. And that's for 2020. I'm going to jump ahead to like 2016 and try to find the exact same thing here. Okay? 2016. And the exact same thing for 2016 is slightly cheaper. I can do 2016s for $35. And probably, I bet that's similar for all of them. But let me check them right quick. So 2020s is, like I figured, more money. And Paul Brother says he'll take a set at $45. Jenny, give me 1 second to calculate that. And so that's 2016. Let me jump up to 2019. And this is what makes coin collecting so confusing. Yeah, so now 2019 is the same price as 2020, which is $45. Here's one sold for $50 plus shipping. So I'll probably need to go ahead and mark these. So 2020 is $45. You would think like one year more than another, but it's true. So 2020, $45. Those are silver proof quarters from America the Beautiful. It looks like 2019s are $45. 2019s are $45. It looks like they're in demand as much as 2020s. And then the only other one I've checked is 2016. And we'll do those for $35. Let's see what those look like, the 2016s. Let's see what they commemorated on that set. There's, of course, Washington proof design. They did Harper's Ferry, Cumberland Gap, Shawnee, Theodore Roosevelt, and Fort Moultrie. There's the Theodore Roosevelt coin there, bottom left. Pretty cool. All right. So those are $35. And then let's price this gold. So the gold I had left on the table was $115 times 4, $460. And then 125 and 125 is 250. That's 710. And then the Salt Lake City set would put it at 1410. The cash price would be $1,375. That's all the gold that I have. That's everything I have. That's the Salt Lake City Olympic gold coin, the 2 St. George's, and the 4 half grams, NASCAR and Coca-Cola. 410 sticker, it would be $375 if you're coming to Collectco and paying in cash. And to my knowledge, I'm still digging through tubs. You never know about me. I literally find gold I didn't know I had. That's what I have tonight that I know of. Okay, so there's that. And Paul's absolutely right. So one thing to note, this price has not been adjusted since gold has went way up. That price has not been adjusted. This price has not been adjusted. And this price has not been adjusted. Those have not been adjusted since gold took this most recent spike. This is a 2002 Olympic Winter Games commemorative coin. We did the math on that earlier. That comes out to, let me see if I can find my Google search for that still. That come out to like 0.275 troy ounce of gold. And then it comes with a silver. And recent comps on that, like a month ago, was near 700. It's 2002 Salt Lake City. And I think Paul and at least two other people that's watching bought all this at those prices before they've been adjusted. And I adjusted a couple things tonight, the maple leaf and maybe one other gold coin we sold, because I was like, man, this was a great price before, you know, this most recent spike. And if y'all aren't familiar, here's what 60-day gold looks like. In the last 60 days, 2,888 low, as high as 3,423 an ounce. That's pretty amazing. The 30-day swing is almost $500 an ounce. The 30-day swing is almost $500 an ounce. The 1-year swing is $1,200 an ounce. Gold 1 year ago at its lowest point is now $1,200 more an ounce. Over 5 years, it's nearly doubled. Gold investment over the last 5 years has nearly doubled now. It's just shy of being a double over the last 5 years. And you don't want to talk about 10 years. If you was buying gold back in 2015 at spot, gold in 2015 at spot would be a triple. It would be more than a triple. It'd be more than a triple. More than a triple on that. So I cannot do 1,300. Now that would, at this point, that would be, so honestly, this stuff's supposed to be increased by, let's just put it this way. If I ripped off these prices and readjusted this and then did a bundle deal, I would actually probably be asking more than $1,375 for the bundle discount, even for cash. Because at this point, I got some people that's buying this stuff. They're doing bank transfer, which is basically almost feeless. So I would do, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do much less than that at all. I mean, 1410 is supposed to be the sticker, and then it's supposed to go up from there. It's supposed to be adjusted upwards. So that's a big difference. That's a pretty big difference on this gold right now. That's quite a bit of a discount. That's quite a bit, especially since it's supposed to be all raised. So you're buying it at like 2 months ago prices at that bundle deal. Okay, so before I price any more of these silver proof quarters, is anybody else interested at all? So 17, 18, I never did check those, but the other ones are going to be pretty close to the same. If not, let me know. I've got a blue million of those to sell. I'm going to put these over here. I got to start putting some of this stuff out in the store. So there's that. And then let me see what else I have here. Looks like we're closing in on a great last-minute silver deal with Jeannie Potts. I'm sure we're going to strike something up. I hope. That'd be a great way to end the night. Let me see what else I can throw at you tonight. Y'all have obliterated most of our bullion. There's more grains. I got more of those. What was I selling these bars here for? 45. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so what did we get silver bars down to tonight? 45. Let's see here. Here's the only bars because I just brought them out. We've sold every other bar tonight. These are $45. Very similar to that other Lion, but these are actually Royal Mint. $45 unless maybe you buy more than 5 here, because I've sold a whole sheet of those at that price. Royal Mint, 1 ounce silver. These are $45. And that's some of the only bars that I have left that I know of. I found a whole nother tray of coins here. So, there's that. I'll check on those Canadians. RoboCop, that's an old price of $55. Fiji RoboCop, $55, 1 ounce silver. Let's give Paul 2 bars here, 45, 45. In airtights, or they're sealed technically. Thank you, Paul, 45, 45. Um, 2012 Titanic, 2012 Maple Leaf with Titanic Privy Mark. $55 each on those. 2012 Canadian Maple Leaf with Titanic Privy Mark. $55 each on those. So earlier we had, what do we have here? Canadian Maple Leaf, a 2019 Modified Proof, $42 on that. There's a colorized Phantom. We had a non-colorized back there for $39.99. I'll do the colorized for $39.99. Vintage 1970s Pirates of the Caribbean bronze coin, Walt Disney World. Like a commemorative token from Walt Disney World, $35. 1970s Walt Disney World bronze tokens, $20 each. So that's just one at the castle and all the attractions. $20 on that. Let's see here. This is a tougher to get Maple Leaf year. This is 1995 Canadian Maple Leaf, $55. 1999 Canadian Maple Leaf. I'll show those in just a second. Here's some Libertads, 2023. And these are $45 each. 2023 Libertads. And I think we had some... which ones did we have back here for 50? I think we had 2024s for 50. What year is this one? This is a 2024 for 50. Yeah, there's 2023 for 45. But Jenny, far as the gold, so like I said, $410 is an old price, and then what did I say? $13.75. Yeah, I can't do another $75 off. That would be almost like giving away, you know, one of these or something. That would be a pretty big hit. So I just seen your comment pop up. And so for the cash price, 115 410 is let's see here. I said 125 times 2, and then 115 times 4, and then 250, and then 700 on that. So 14. Okay, if we said um, 110. If this was increased by 1.15, which would be 15% more than probably what they should be right now, I think the actual price should be closer to 1,600 right now. That's kind of more of what I'm saying. The gold that I've sold tonight, because somebody asked early on, I basically said I'm not discounting it because I think it should be up 15% more, which would put it closer to 1621. I think that's where we're far apart. It's not that I'm not discounting it. It's already discounted. The sticker price is discounted. This stuff has been volatile so much in the last 60 days, as you've seen. It really should be 15% more. There's higher premiums on all this stuff now. So I think originally it should be like 1620. If you add 15% to it, it's closer to like $1,600. So I think that's why we're a little bit too far apart. It's not like most of this other stuff that I would discount maybe 10%, which most of that is what I do discount if I can. So I think that's what we're not clicking on. Some of the gold, every gold tonight I have not discounted to anyone because I said the prices are from, I think, 30 days ago when I had a sale, or maybe those were still marked 30 days before that. So Eddie Carter gets 2 silver bars, and those were 45 and 45. Thank you, Eddie Carter. 45 and 45. Thank you, Eddie Carter. 45 and 45. But what you're asking for is a double discount. You're asking for a double discount. The sticker on the gold as of right now is discounted, or it's what it should be. So 100 for Robo and Titanic. So that's 50 and 50. We can do that. So sell this to Jeff Duncan for 50 and 50. Thank you, Jeff Duncan. 50 and 50. Appreciate that. That was the Robo silver, 1 ounce silver for 50, and Titanic preview mark maple leaf. All right. So there's that. And see what else is in here. All right, this is a killer coin. Check out this monstrosity. So that makes the Libertad silver. The Libertad silver was getting closer to, well, let me just try to find a comp here on this. 2023. $5-ounce Libertad. There it is. What year is this? 2020. right, so 230. What did we sell those other bars for tonight? Yeah, we were selling 5-ounce bars tonight for $205. And this is I can do it for $220. We'll say $225. This is a 5-ounce Libertad, $225. 5-ounce Libertad, $225. What a monstrosity of a coin. 2023 5-ounce Libertad. And that is $225. The prices on the gold was $115 4 times. The St. George's were $125. So $115 times 4, $125, $125, and $700, which makes sticker $410. The old sticker, $410, which going in tonight, I said I wasn't changing those prices because they were pretty much already discounted. They had not been adjusted. There's only 2 pieces of gold tonight that I adjusted, and I went up on the price, and we sold it. That's what I was saying. Like, the gold I've sold tonight, I've actually went up on the price. I hadn't discounted anything. I've said that to a lot of people that's asked, would you take any less? I said, no, the gold is, kind of price is marked. So, and I went up on 2 prices. I went up $20 on one, and I think, what was the other one I sold? I went up $25 on it, and we've sold both of those. So the only gold I've sold tonight, I actually have went up on and not discounted. And it's still sold. The Silver Eagles I do have Silver Eagles left. I have almost a full roll of 2021s, which are $43. $43 each. I think I have 19 of those left. And just so you know, I'm not pulling your leg, Jenny. Paul is watching right now. He bought one of those coins. I said the last price was $375. Now it's $395, Paul, and he still bought it because I think when I had them 2 months before, they were $375 brand new, and it was a lot less then. So some of this has had crazy price increases. Crazy price increases. And it's not like I can just get it again right now. If I wanted to buy some of this again, it would be probably even more for me to order it again and try to mark it up and sell it here again. So it's kind of hard to replace it. All right, so there's all those. I've shown that. I've shown these. I've shown that. Okay, and then I have this Canadian set here, which I'm going to try to get a price on. And what are some of these other things I've got here? I've got what else here? I've got this, and I've got this. I've got some more Canadian stuff. I wish I could find a price on some of these silver rifles. I've shown them before. I went through all those mint sets. There's the 5-ounce Libertad. We got probably about 10 minutes left. I need to really stop at midnight to take care of a lot more stuff I have to do here tonight. I'm going to be here probably for the next 8 hours working for this week's sales. So I'm trying to get organized for that. Let me see what else I can pull out over here. I think this is my only Army man here. So that's my only last Army man. And then here's 2 more Eagles. Do I have these priced? 2021 Eagle. 2021 Eagle is $69. I have another one right over here. And then I have a 2023. A 2023. Did we already sell one of those? Let me go see if we already sold one of those because it probably has a price on it. We did. There's another 2023, so that's $59. Another 2023, that's $59. Well, I'll take $13.50. If you're paying cash, that's more like it. I think after considering 1375, and if someone did pay bank wire, let's say it's 1.5. There's that. So 1350. Okay, so 1350. And yeah, I can do that. That's more like it. That's closer to, especially if you're going to be paying in cash and picking up in the store. So I will do that deal. That means we have an air horn for Jeannie Potts, and that's on these 4 here. NASCAR, Coca-Cola, 4 half-gram bars, St. George 125, and Salt Lake City for 700. So, and all that together, let's just call it a bundle deal, $1,350. That makes the 3rd air horn of the night, which also means that makes the 3rd air horn of that, which means I got to bring the air horn out, which I'm going to do right now for Jeannie Potts. Okay? So let me do that right now. And this is sold to Jeannie Potts. Hope everybody's got their volume down. Or you're prepared and you've let all your cats and dogs know what's about to happen. This is a late night coin and knife sale air horn. Right into the camera. I can feel the air come off that one. All right, so that's done. I'm going to put all that in the table. And then Eddie Carter says he'll take one of the American Silver Eagles for $69. So all this sold to Jeannie. And there's that. And that's as well. Okay. Now the other Silver Eagles, Eddie, if you're curious on other proofs, the other proofs are 2022s. So the rest of them are all $59, 80. I've got 2004, 2013, 2019, 2016, 2003, 2006, 2018, and then there's more 22s. And those are all American Silver Eagle proofs. And those are all $59 a piece. Okay. And 2023, which I just brought over. Okay. Wow, what a night. We've almost filled up 2 entire tables of merchandise. We're closing on the end. I could keep showing stuff, but I think the peak hours have passed us by. I started about 7 o'clock, and I've never started one of these coin sales at 5, mostly because I have too much going on Sundays, just decompressing. I do have these silver rifles. That's the only thing I've been trying to find a price on. I haven't checked on them, but I'm going to try and see if I can find a comp. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything? Does anybody want to make an offer on anything? The Army Man was I think we were doing those for $95. They are 1 ounce silver hand poured. You know, it looks like the Green Army Men, the gray or the tan and the Green Army Men. It's 1 ounce molded. That's, of course, the Radio Man. And I think I've been doing those for $95. Pretty cool piece. Very cool. We at one time we could get a whole set. I've sold whole sets. Yeah, there's actually with this Restream soft, we have a mini Mac now. I don't even have a laptop over here anymore, so we have a mini Mac, and this mini Mac and Restream, or not Restream, we're using Streamlabs now. The mini Mac and the Streamlabs, I can actually connect to my phone and walk around. So I think what I'm going to try to do next week is do the comics and toys back here. But if I do and bring and have it all ready a week from tonight when I do it, have it all ready, but bring it back here. And but if I do need to go mobile and go up front to show other stuff, I can disconnect and go up front to do that. Yeah, those Army Men are pretty cool. I think Paul's bought sets, maybe Oso Adventure. And then, yeah, same thing with these rifles, which I'm still trying to find. These barrels bend really easy. But as you've seen maybe earlier, I bent it right back into place. So I'm trying to find a price on those because I'm about to put them out for sale elsewhere. I have all these spreadsheets, and I try to remember my keywords. Did I use gun? Did I use rifle? What exactly did I use probably? What can you do for Year of Monkey and 2023 Lib? So was 2023. Was that the big one? That was the big one, right? Which I marked for 225. And the Year of the Monkey. Let's see. I'll do 40 and 220. 40 and 220 on those. 40 and 220. Maybe shotgun. This is a shotgun and not a rifle. Yeah, there they are. Right. Yeah, these are 155. These are 155. They're 1 ounce. And I have silver antiqued. This is more like an antiqued silver. And then we have one that's like silver. And let me show you. They come in capsules, but I don't think the capsules were made too well to hold this length of a barrel. So a slight adjustment, just easy. And it's back flat, especially if you want to put it like in a cabinet or something to display it. Yeah, those are 155. Okay, and then the small one. Okay, small one. So not that one. You're talking about, well, I don't have a 2023, or do I? I do. You're talking about this right here. Oh, that's 2011. I've only got one 2003. So, yeah, I'll do, you've bought quite a bit tonight. I'll do 40 and 40. So, $10 off on those. 40 and 40. Anybody else? The knives are already on sale. Jenny bought the rest of the gold. I got Silver Eagles. I got proof Silver Eagles. We've sold a Blue Million mint sets as usual. There's a lot here. It would take me another hour just to recap everything, but I'm going to box it back up and we'll do it again next week. Well, excuse me. Next week for the comic buyers and toy buyers, I'm going to be hosting the show, and if Tim Graham wants 2 Silver Eagles, hold that thought, or let me hold that thought. Let me get this stuff tagged. So Mike Oppenshaw gets 2 Silver Eagles, 2021s, 43.43, and then sell Mike Oppenshaw, or excuse me, Tim Graham gets the Eagles, 43.43, and then Mike Oppenshaw gets the 2023 Libertad and the 2016 Year of the Monkey. Those are $40 each. Hold that thought. All right, so we're still, I think Tanner's went out of town for a couple weeks on a trip. I think we're holding down the fort, even down a few people less than what we had working here. We're still caught up and good to go on shipping, and that's actually having a few less people than we did probably 30 days ago. So we've really ramped up efficiency here. We get better at stuff every week here, tagging, sorting, shipping. You know, it's just a work in progress. We're constantly selling more. But if anybody out there is interested in being, you know, kind of wanting to take off with helping us sell stuff other than records. I mean, I'm the record salesman. The night that Paul can't be here, or the nights that I don't or can't be here, I want to be here every night. But if I do have to go to a concert or a family trip, I've got Paul here to help me out and do the sales. Better than us selling zero. Paul's can come in, and he usually sells quite a bit. But as far as a comics or coins, if you're interested like in doing this for us, I doubt there's many local people right now watching that is. But the offer's always on the table. It's basically like this. We can work something out, but it's we got to get somebody that's willing to come in and do this, but willing to be putting in like a lot of extra time. It's literally like starting a new business, because if I'm doing it right now, I'm not really costing the company anything. It's my stuff, it's my time, it's my stuff. But for me to pay somebody to do this, we have to get it built up to where it's like records, where we can go live every night. And at that point, we can pay somebody and get them to come in and basically run it. But we're trying to find somebody that wants to help out with shipping, and then basically, you know, in free time can come in and help grow the aspect of all this other stuff. And you would get paid, but if it turns out to be successful, which it can be, it will be, you know, we can go from there. So that's kind of what we're looking for. It's basically the way I did it, like 5 years ago. But it didn't really take that long. Like 3 years ago, records were great, but 3 years later, and it's like we have an enterprise here. You know, so somebody's gonna have to come in and do it like every day and spend a lot of extra time. But at the end of the day, if you do that, it's going to be incredible, and somebody could probably have their dream job. But it's going to be a lot of work. To have a dream job like what I do, I've spent pretty much the last 5 years working almost around the clock, but it's paid off. So we're kind of needing somebody to do that and come in almost like as, you know, somebody wanting to start up a brand new company inside of Collectco. But man, it's going to take a lot of time. You're not going to be home much, but I promise you, we have the abilities to grow it, but it's a big time commitment. Probably somebody that doesn't have a family or not married, because, I mean, I don't have a lot of time to do anything else except be right here. And that's why it's been successful. And if you do know somebody like that, maybe you may know somebody. Like we talked to a guy out of state on helping us out at one point with coins. And he was going to like move here. And it can be that kind of commitment. But I'm telling you, it's going to be like a grind. Have you ever started a business? It's essentially starting a business. But with us, you know, we've got the capital and all the means to advertise. The logistics are set up. So, and we need somebody for coins. I want somebody for toys and comics and everything. So we can be doing this every night selling coins like this. We could. If I could clone myself, I would be here live every night selling, because we've sold probably dollar-wise as much as we have tonight than we do in a record sale, and 3 less hours. So it's something we've already got the customers here for. Same thing for comics, but it's a major connection. It's a major commitment. Joni Mitchell has been remastered, yes. Yep. It's almost somebody that, yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to have another job, and you probably wouldn't be able to spend any time with family, and you're probably going to have to work about 3 years very hard. I bet it's about a 3-year deal, I'd say. It's almost like every day. I mean, it's pretty crazy. If anybody else out there has ever started a business, and I'm talking about where you want to make like money, not pay your bills, but like make money, it's a total life commitment. I've learned that very early. My business partner, Henry, taught me that. And it is like a beyond, like you have no idea. You can't do anything but think about work constantly. So it's not that appealing of a job, but when it pays off, it's like the best thing ever. So it's a total life commitment. And you can start a business and probably pay your bills and everything, but if you actually want to make money where it's noticeable, you know, it's like total, you're either in or out. So very, very difficult task. 2 shows. Yeah, that's what we want to do. I want to have somebody here that can sell coins just as well as I can. They're familiar with all the cost. They're familiar with what they are. They know what a Libertad is. They know what a case pocket knife is, and they can come in and sell stuff. But like I said, it's really hard for us to pay somebody right now to do that. We would pay them, but they would make more as the sales got better. So as the sales got better and we started selling more 1 year later, you know, there'd probably be some kind of incentive. And then if it got even bigger, but yeah, it's got to be like, you got to be constant. They'd be helping us buy. But, you know, I kind of took the same chance when I started this. So, yeah, we could do coins. Yeah, that's kind of what I need the person to do. It takes all my time just to do the record videos every morning, sell the records every day. I got to order hours of new vinyl tonight. So the new vinyl stuff, that takes up the other 8-9 hours. I'm not live streaming. I'm ordering vinyl. This stuff, we order a lot of this stuff from mint distributors. You got to be fast. You got to get in on it. It takes a lot of money to stock all this. We probably have, you know, $100,000 plus invested just in coins that I have sitting in tubs or more probably. Case knives, huge. We have to hold up our end of the deal with them as a dealer and stock stuff. So, but I can only do so much with records. Y'all know that. For those that watch the record sales, it takes like every second of my day just to keep up with everything. And sometimes I'm like, man, I still got to do all this. And it's like 5 o'clock and the show needs to be started. And I hadn't slept yet. So that's it. I was hoping maybe somebody would hear all this and they would tell somebody and we'd find another magical Chad. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a magical Chad out there. Probably somebody younger. Like I said, if to do this, you got to be young and don't have a family, and or you're not ready to spend time. You got to spend time with your family. You know, I don't want to say that. It's like, but you really can't if you got kids and stuff and I mean, it's gonna be tough like that. But you know, if you're 25 or 30 and you're single, you know, it'd be much more realistic. Much more realistic. But also finding somebody that age that's an expert on coins is rare. I don't know. There's not many people my age that collect coins. I'm in groups and I see a lot of younger kids and I'm like, I've almost thought about messaging them like, hey, but you look and they're like in law school or they're like in medical school, you know, so for them to take a risky job, they would probably end up making more here, but a lot of people don't want to take that risk. Square, so Mike, when you get your invoice, there's actually an option for it. When you get your invoice for this, by the way, this will be invoiced in a couple days. When you get your Square invoice, there's actually an ACH, it's called ACH. It's an ACH option. And you can set up your information through that, and you just put in your checking and routing, and you can pay us. Yes, I actually didn't even touch them tonight, Paul. One of the things I didn't even open, I've got 7 boxes of new case knives over here. Let me show you one of them. 7 boxes of new case knives. Right here's what they look like. We didn't even open them. I don't know if I'm going to try to tonight. I don't know if I can show them on camera. There's the corner of the box. There's the top of the box. And this box has, it's 17 pounds of knives. 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 6, 2, 2, 10, 10, 3, 3, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 2. Box 4 of 6. 6 boxes. That's box 4 of 6. Those are brand new 2025 knives. Brand new 2025 knives. So that's coming up in the near future. Mini guitars. Mini guitars be here. Some will be here maybe tomorrow. Tuesday and Wednesday will be the rest. That's part of my to-do list tonight. I got to order more collectibles. New Funkos are coming out I hadn't ordered. New everything. So, yeah, I got to get busy. I got to stay focused. If y'all missed it earlier, tonight started about 21 days of Chad live streaming. Of course, y'all know I do this every night already, but Paul usually does Sundays. I'll be here this Sunday, the next Sunday, and possibly the next one. Let me figure out when AC/DC is. When is AC/DC in Nashville? Because I want to go to that. I got to check them off my bucket list. May 20th. Okay, so that's May 20th. That's a Tuesday night. That's the only night I'm not going to be here. I'll be here all those days, including Sunday, all those days, including Sunday, and then I'll be here the rest of that week. Probably the next time Paul will do a show will be the 20th and the 25th, and then I'm there that week. So yeah, I'm here for the month of May. So for the next, how many days are left in this month? So 25, 26 days left. I'm going to be here 24 of them streaming. And the oddity shows will be late at night after we get done with records. If we have time, we'll get into miscellaneous. Or it will be on Sundays. Next Sunday being comics and toys, which I've already been working. I think what I'm going to do on comics is those slabs. I'm sure y'all remember all the slabs. We got to get a bunch of those sold next Sunday. If not, I'm about to just start listing them on eBay auctions. Slab comics will always bring what they're worth. I'm probably going to look back through the prices or try to look them up that night. And then a lot of stuff's just going to be like $7 starts, $10 starts, $5 starts. I don't know how much we're going to have straight priced because it's so time consuming. And, you know, grading is critical on expensive stuff. Some of the stuff like that's $10 books, you know, my thoughts on it is just let it roll. It's just like our 45s, just, man, y'all just tell me what you want. $7, $7, $7. Then we might have $10, 10, you know, just $10 books, $7 books. We'll board and bag them. I might not even tape them. That way, if we need to open them up and show the artwork. I like that. Of course, you know, there's obviously going to be some $50 comics, $100 comics, $20. But my thoughts is just let them roll. You know, boom, boom, and just get them all sold. And that way we can start buying more collections, because we've got all this stuff over here we hadn't even really touched. And we got boxes and boxes full of comics. I'm like, yeah, let's get all that stuff sold. Boom, boom, boom. And then let everybody know we're buying and just knock out the rest of it. Sell the heck out of it. I think y'all will like that. And we'll have toys, vintage stuff, new stuff, carded stuff. And then we do have a billion posters, and we have a billion autographs. So I think y'all heard me the other night. I got 1,400 autographs that I've never researched. That's all JSA authenticated. So we have them all in one spot now. Those are 1,400 that we've had authenticated that hadn't been priced or shown before. That's pretty incredible. I have 2 industrial-sized metal racks full of autographs. That includes cuts, photos, albums, posters, CDs. It could be anything. JSA authenticated autographs. That's going to take me months just to probably get to those and look through those. All right. I think that's it. I'm done talking. I think y'all are done buying. I need y'all to get some rest, so you'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We'll do this all over again. You're probably seeing ads on Facebook. Yes, we are on Facebook advertising that we buy and sell anything. We primarily deal in records. I love posters. I love autographs. I definitely need more coins and knives. Anything. The problem is trying to get to us. You can bring it here at the store. Make sure Tanner's here or Paul's here. If we need to travel to you, if it's a big valuable collection, we will do that. Don't get me started on books. Tracy, don't even get me started on books. We got Fred Goodwin, rest in peace, his personal library over here of over 12,000 books. We hadn't really touched them. What did we went through? We went through a couple tubs maybe. We might have shown a couple hundred. Do little shotguns have a certificate? Which one has a better look? Honestly, I like the straight silver, but the antique is pretty cool. The gold to me is a little tacky, but it's also unique in its own. No certificates. They are marked, Leslie. They are stamped on that side. 1 troy ounce, 999 fine silver. But no certificate. They just come in a tube. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me tonight. Also, for me talking, I've had some people say, Chad, you could go live and just update customers every night for about an hour and talk. I was like, I would if I had time. Don't ask me if I'm going to do a podcast because I don't have time. I don't know what I would talk about. We do enough talking here every night. I do a podcast every night live for 8 hours. We're live, and you can buy stuff while I'm doing a podcast. It's an educational history of music, records, coins, knives, posters, and autographs. It's what I do for a living. 8-hour podcast every night. And it's the world's only podcast where you can buy stuff while I'm talking. Thank you, Mike Oppenshaw and Tim Graham. And Tracy, we will get to books, okay? Tracy, I hope you can stick with me. I know you do every night. It's on my list. But as you probably heard, it's pretty far down. But it is on my list. Leslie said she'll take the silver one. I'll put it in a new canister for you, or I'll put it in a canister for you. Thank you, Leslie. This is so to Leslie Holt, and that was one. I think I still have it pulled up on my device here. They were $155, right? $155. They were $155. Now, Leslie, I'm sure you saw how that barrel can be fixed. It's flat right now. I'm going to slide it right down in here. $155. I'm going to put this lid like right there. And then I'm going to get it centered and just lightly press down on it. I don't want to completely shut it because I think it's putting too much pressure on it. But that right there should do it. Thank you. And I've got two more if anybody else wants one. Gold and antiqued. Gold and antiqued. All right, and those are done. Nobody wants the Army Man? $95 on him. I had some people buy all 6 of them. And I can get more. I can get the crawler, the grenader, the bayonetter. I'm sure you are familiar with the little green Army men. Thank you, Leslie. I'm going to end the feed there. I'm going to go finish eating my sub from Publix earlier, have a Diet Coke, and get to work. I'm going to listen to music all night and order vinyl. The life of Chad. Listening to music, ordering music, thinking about music, going to concerts. Thanks, everybody.